Last long, last long. Mac et zu ita saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin todo e tempo e paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines Mundan, Minale. Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines Mundan, Minale. Merry monkey music. Here we go now, feel the flow. Ginini mastakilu, hina soku. Ginini mastakalu, corazon. Then imas figu, nani nasinyahu, who fresh in my sadu. Parabaputehi, then defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Airi, hano. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ire shaku, la 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 la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 Esti who what been my ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah. Mastakilu, hina soku, kinini mastakalu, corazon hu, then imas figu, nani nasinyahu, who fresh in my sadu, parabaputehi, then defendi, hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Tanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Tanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ni ire shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 Esti who what bit my ihilo. Zani Biblia, Ibandera, Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera, Mohan, yeah.
Good morning. 621. Merry Christmas on you.
Good morning.
And welcome to the link. Jason Solis, of course, Serena Solis Mantonani on a leave at 621 on this Monday, December 27, last Monday of 2021.
Oh, yeah. Wait, Joe, sir, turn around and get the sky again, Joe, sir.
It's kind of raining.
Yeah, you froze there for a sec, buddy. Sorry, Wi-Fi's being
Hey, good
silly
morning,
this morning.
Jason.
Good morning.
Or Wi-Fi's my top thing. Probably didn't get what I wanted for Christmas.
Well,
That's why.
it's been worse. Good morning. It's a day after Christmas for those of you in the States. Sunday. Football day, the day of rest.
That's right.
Hope you guys had a wonderful Christmas.
We did. We're going to talk all about it. Hey, the show's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box this morning. Sorry, he's trying to get hold of the mayor. It's 6:22, Monday, December 27th. Again, like I said, last Monday of 2021. What to expect in the coming new year? I don't even want to think about it yet. How was your Christmas, Jay?
Very, very quiet.
Nice.
It was actually very good. It's just I actually had my first true day off in 6 years.
Wow, good for you.
Didn't come anywhere near the office. Yeah, thank you.
Did you look at any of the chats?
No.
Okay. I think we tied then because I didn't either.
Yeah.
I forgot to put Merry Christmas.
And I kind of actually wish.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
And on Sunday, I kind of wish I didn't go into the chat because man, that story about Fort Soledad.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
That was just nuts. And we're going to talk about that coming up, of course, right here on the link. Good morning. Mayor Jesse Allig also coming on with his Monday update from the Mayor's Council of Guam. We get a work week weather with Landon Ailette from the National Weather Service. And Tomas Maglotnia covering all things at CNMI. He's actually back on Guam, so he's coming in studio 9 o'clock to give us a whole full in-depth report. And then we're also going to go over the daily questions from last week.
And as a web guy, right? As an internet guy, traffic always dips.
As a webhead.
Yeah, the traffic to like our properties always like dips, and we expect it to like this time of year because people they're doing shopping or they're doing stuff like, God forbid, in the real world and everything like that. But our traffic has actually been decent. People still paying attention to the stories, and of course everybody was posting like pictures of their trees, what they got underneath the tree. Everything. Yeah, I did not see you at all on social media this weekend.
Yeah, I was just. Well, I posted some of my kids on Christmas morning, and then I think I did like a boomerang, but I don't know.
Oh, so you're an Instagram guy. I deleted my Instagram profile
I know,
like
I saw.
4 years ago.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I was on
yeah.
Twitter a lot.
Yeah.
I was on Twitter and Snapchat.
Christmas was great. Christmas Eve, kids and I, we went to Mass in Jotnia, and it was like super packed. That's good. And it was different for the Nino. Jesus, normally you go up and you kiss the baby, right? This time they kind of put the baby Jesus right in front of the aisle, down the main aisle, and then people kind of line up on both sides, and then you either did like a bow or a genuflect. And that was it. It was really great. Then we had a little dinner. I made some, I actually cooked finger steak in the oven. It was really good. It was really good.
Still juicy?
It was juicy,
Wow.
but a lot of the fat came out. It was very good. Then I made a steak, mashed potatoes. Let the kids open a couple presents, and we woke up and did a few more presents. But remember, like I told you, my daughter's coming back next weekend, so we're gonna do like Christmas 2.0 or 1.5, depending on how you think about it. Did that, then went over to the other half's family. We went over to, I think, Dusit. It was good times.
No, when you said your daughter's coming back, that's your eldest.
Yeah, she's in Germany.
She's always going to be your baby
Actually,
girl.
she's in Scotland. Yeah.
She's in Scotland.
Yeah, she went to Scotland for Christmas.
Maybe she's having some haggis, or
Probably not. I
Yeah.
think it's a safe bet.
I mean, she's always going to be your baby girl.
Yeah.
But she is a very, very accomplished young lady.
Yep,
I mean,
sure is. She's actually teaching over at she's teaching at the University of Hawaii, but she's doing it in Germany virtually. So
Figure that one out.
it's kind of like that.
So she's from Guam. She represents 671. Teaching at UH.
Mhm.
So she's a Rainbow Wahine,
Uh-huh.
and she's instructing
Virtually via Zoom from Germany, where her boyfriend is
From
going
the
to school.
Vaterland.
Yes. 626.
Deutschland,
All right.
über alles.
All right, Jay. How about you? So quiet. What'd you do? Just you and your mom?
Yeah, we just hung out. Nothing really like outstanding. My uncle, my dad's brother, called and everything like that. So we talked to him for like a while, and for the most part, I just read books, did a little bit of writing, not having anything to do with like work, just some like
You mean
creative
like
stuff.
code writing?
Yeah, and I'm actually trying to finish. I'm trying to see if I can pull this off by Saturday. I'm trying to finish 3 books this year because I'm an avid reader. If I can polish off the 3 books that I'm in the middle of by Friday at midnight, that would have given me a even 80 that I've read for this year, and I'm really trying to get that done.
Wow. What do you read, man?
Like a lot of business literature.
Is that reading?
Yeah,
You don't read.
business,
You don't
tech
read
stuff,
like
sports writing.
creative fiction. Or,
I don't read fiction.
Okay. No time
History,
for that.
Yeah, history stuff,
like
engineering.
history, yeah.
Just nerd stuff.
Right on. Hey, Facebook Live. Good morning, F. Glenn Lujan. Good morning, Hafaloa. Elizabeth Agagi. Also, good morning. We got Ken Paulino. Good morning. Messi Keeney. Good morning. Jacob Ray Regis. Good morning. Coming out from Seattle and snowed in. Watching KUAM. Loving life. Thanks, KUAM. Well, Merry Christmas on you and good morning.
Yeah, a real good friend of mine lives out in Seattle, and I heard it's pretty cold up there.
Right, bet it is. Elizabeth Agagi. Good morning from Eva Beach, Hawaii. Luz Leonis. Good morning, Guam. Happy holidays from the Leonis family in California. Vanessa Cruz, good morning. Antoinette Charfers McDaniel, Mananas Izulis, and Feliz Navidad from Kaskasha and Erie Tonu, a.k.a. Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow.
Perla Solis, happy holiday, peoples of Guam. Good morning from Dedido. Bennett Lujan Duenas, Buenas, and Heart Emoji. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, Hafaday, and good morning, KUAM News. Chris, Jason, Joe, Sir, Sabrina, all my sweet Link families and all on Guam.
Aw.
Hope you all had a very Merry Christmas.
And she did you see? She tagged all of us.
Yeah, we got a box we're gonna open up from her in a little bit. Yeah. F. Glenn, good morning, my friend. Auntie Agnes Tudela Cabrera. Good morning, my dear KUAM Link friends. Praying everything will be fine as we're winding down the year 2021. Looking forward to a bright and welcoming new year. May we all be abundantly blessed with good health and a better life in this new year of 2022. God bless us all. Amen. Chamarita Rages. Been a good year with you, Chamarita. Hafaday and good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, Guam, and the CNMI from the beautiful hillside of Sinanya. What else we got here? Andrew Jorda, good morning. How's everybody's Christmas? Hafaday, everyone. It was pretty all right. Pretty all right. Sharan, Hafaday from San Antonio, Texas. Merry Christmas, Guam. F. Glenn Lujan again. Christmas was spent with friends, family, and the Sisters of the Moonlight, of course.
And did we not have the best weather for Christmas?
Oh, it was so beautiful.
It was good. I mean, it was bright. It was sunny. I don't think it rained. I mean, it may have and everything like that, but it was very, 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 very bright, very clear skies. But it was not like super, super hot. You could actually go outside. I exercised out
nice
on Saturday, and like nobody else was out.
J.M. Montano, Malagayang Pasco, Bugoong, something. Did I say? Is that Bugoong? It's not Bugoong.
Bagong taon.
Oh, sorry. Bagong taon.
Maligayang Pasko.
Merry
Feliz
Christmas and a
Navidad.
Happy New Year. Maggie Monroe Anderson, good morning, Link fam from the Dusatani, and it's not for quarantine this time. Well, staycation. Yeah,
I actually know one of my friends actually gifted his daughter a one-night staycation at Dusit.
I went to the beach yesterday, Tumon.
Mm-hmm.
It was so packed. Like Jay, you would have had an anxiety attack. I mean, there's a ship in. It was like there was 10 ships in.
Oh yeah, I just went driving through Tumon
It was
yesterday.
crazy, dude. Jay,
Wow.
I'm telling you, it was like Waikiki times 5.
Let's not get.
No, I'm serious.
Really?
But you know what? No one who was at the beach yesterday is probably awake right now. I swear I'm probably the only person who's awake. But it was just like, packed. But, I had a little area, and we took the dog and went swimming and all that stuff. And, I was thinking about it, and it's like,
Are we just unnecessarily cringing?
I don't know. We'll see. But, people were doing their thing. It's Christmas, you know what I mean? People
Yeah,
want
I saw some videos on Snapchat of like some of the bars, and it seemed like people were having like a really, really good time.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, you can have up to 100.
Yeah, you can.
And it seemed like from the videos I saw, like it was pretty close to that.
Yeah.
But
it is
people
what it is,
enjoying
my friend.
themselves.
Yeah, I gotta have fun, gotta live life.
Yeah. Okay, now for those of you, I know people were saying, and already, we're not even 2 days past Christmas, and already people are saying conspiracy theories. Oh, like the car score is like starting to go up, which it has. I mean, to be fair, it was as low as 0.4 about a week ago, and then it's kind of slowly and consistently inched, maybe up by 0.2 of a point, 1/10, and it's been at 1.0 for I want to say like the last 3 days. The math kind of works out. Part of the reason for that is there are fewer and fewer tests being reported.
Mm-hmm.
But
nobody's getting tested.
Yeah,
people are just done. They're done. Nobody wants to get tested. There's no, with the Omicron variant, when you look at the symptoms, it seems pretty mild, right, from what we're seeing now. And when we talked to Dr. Ho, he said, yeah, I've been getting a lot of like sick visits at the clinic, but no one's testing positive. So I think
So
people
that's
are
just a
just
seasonal fall flu.
I don't know. Yeah, people are just checked out, bro. I mean, we're not going to see high number of positives because no one wants to go out and get tested because they feel like we're done.
I don't know. In the States, man, they're having crazy numbers like out
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
And a lot of really, really big events. Like me, I come from the sports world, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So the NFL this past weekend, you probably saw there were 2 NFL games yesterday because
Mm.
they were rescheduled because so many teams have players that are testing positive. There have
Right,
been a couple
yeah.
of college football
wild,
bowl
bro.
games that have
It's
just been called off.
yeah. It's wild. And I wonder if we were testing like aggressively, like we're really aggressively, would we see those same numbers of high positives?
Yeah.
Or are we comfortable just not testing and not seeing? I don't want to know anymore. I was
But
talking with someone at the beach yesterday, and I was thinking about this before I went to bed, because there's been a lot of talk during this pandemic about. We're really gonna hold on. Oh yeah, news out of Hawaii. Dr. Hoa just messaged me. Hawaii today recorded a new single-day record of COVID infections since the start of the pandemic, with over 2,200 cases.
Ooh.
Oh, great.
And is it
And wait,
just
hold on.
just on
Wait,
Oahu, or
wait,
that's throughout the Hawaiian Islands?
Wait, and then he texts me, "Be ready for January 2022. Be safe, my friend." Oh,
And
great!
you
Just stay vigilant. But anyway, I was talking with this friend of mine, and it was like,
it's
okay.
going to happen.
I mean, if you look back at when the pandemic first started, like how we, oh, we can't have a funeral, oh, we can't do this, all these, things because we didn't know about the nature of the virus. I feel like we've now come to a place where we can, because we're never going to go backwards. I mean, we never are. It's just going to be like this. We're going to navigate this brave new COVID world, and that's just going to be the reality of it.
But then we're different out here because
It is.
because
That's what I was
so
gonna
much
get
of the
to.
population,
That's what I was going to get into.
so much
Jay.
of the population is
Is
very
vulnerable.
unhealthy.
Yeah, of course.
And they're way more susceptible
Yeah.
to just because.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that just on Oahu or throughout the Hawaiian Islands? Is
I don't know. I'll
2,200?
find out.
So
I'll find
whatever it is,
Yeah.
I mean, the 2,200 is.
You all right?
Huh?
You all right?
Yeah. No, I'm just like and that's what I'm. But again,
No, I'm serious. You're okay.
all of these events happening, like the closure, the cancellation of like sports events. That's all based.
They canceled flights too.
Yeah, that's all based on experience and just
Yeah,
saying, okay,
of course.
well, we
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
understand what we went through over the last 2
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
So we know if we just, better to cancel maybe 2 or 3 flights today than rather shut down the entire airline for like a month.
Yeah, yeah. I feel you. So anyway, what I was saying was I was going back talking to this friend of mine, and he's like a conservative guy. You know what I mean? And for some reason, during this pandemic, the views of the pandemic have really aligned so that it's like you see a lot of conservative people who are, it's scamdemic, and then you see a lot of like so-called liberal people who are just like way too into it. So I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. But so I was talking to this guy, and he was saying, and I think he'd just come from the States, and he was like, yeah, if you look at the East Coast, or you look at these states, it's like COVID isn't even happening, and they're attending events, and they're doing all this stuff, and like we should have that choice on Guam, like we don't want to wear a mask, or we don't want to, we shouldn't have to, and it's like people should just live their lives, and I was like, yeah, bro, I mean that's all well and good, but what if you like want to live your life, and you go and give your freaking auntie COVID, and she dies, and she ain't gonna live her life, and he was like, yeah, it's a little different on Guam. So it is. I was like, yeah, it is. And I just find that funny because we try and put these like the national, like, because the national politics, and I think people have just had a lot of spare time in the pandemic. There are like so many experts on the national issues now that we've had 2 years in looking at our phones and clicking on things. And so I was telling him, I was like, man, a lot of these like stateside, political like ideologies, I don't think that they necessarily can be cookie cuttered into our island because of we're not straight up Americans, right? It's different. We've got culture, we've got history, we've got nuance, right? And just the way we live, I don't know if it necessarily fits in with all of these, straight up national like political issues. And yeah, I mean, he agreed. I mean, it's right. It's pretty crazy. But I wanted to go to what we were talking about, wellness, right? And you get this a lot from people who, well, you just get a lot. You hear a lot of people like, why aren't we promoting wellness? Why aren't we telling people to go again? I'm like, where have you been living, bro? We have been promoting wellness for years. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Before this pandemic, everything was just get healthy, get extra. We've been promoting wellness. So when people say like, why don't we promote wellness? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, how many segments have we done here at KUAM about wellness, about, going on diets, getting exercise, like since way before the pandemic? So do we need to continue to promote wellness? Yeah. Is there an increase in people who are seeking it? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You look around like
do people actually pay attention, and do people apply those lessons? In my experience, for the most part, not. Like you said, I mean,
but maybe a little more now, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, we would hope. But as long as I've been at KUM, going on like this, I'm entering my 23rd TV season here and everything. We've always had like a healthcare segment. We bring on guests, tell them how to do stuff. And again, because I'm like the analytics guy and everything like that, you always see like the attention from most part. People are like, hey, here's how to live a better, healthy lifestyle. Here's how to eat better. Here's how to get more exercise. Here's how to take care of your finances.
It's not for
whatever reason
trying,
people tune out.
Yeah, the message has always been there. Do people buy into it? No, not really, right? Maybe they do now, and I really think a lot more people are trying to be healthy now because of the pandemic. And is it too little, too late? No, don't stop anyone from trying to do that. Oh, we got something from the North Pole.
Really?
Yeah, Jane Paredes Asai says, good morning, Guam. Coming from the North Pole. We had 10 inches of snow and more coming our way. Need some of our warm sunshine from Guam. Wow.
10 inches of snow.
The North Pole? What are you doing in the North Pole, girl?
Studying the penguins and the movement?
I wonder if she's like the only person from Guam in the North Pole.
Probably the only person from Guam that dared to go to the North Pole.
It's 6:38.
Have you ever experienced snow?
Yeah.
I have, but honestly, I would rather sweat than freeze.
I went to like first and second grade in Virginia, and so it's snow there. And Virginia's like 4 seasons, so you get winter, spring, summer, fall. But the winters,
all you have to do is call.
The winters are crazy. We had this the driveway was like a little downhill, and then the bottom of it would always like ice over, and we'd go out there and slip and fall, bruise your hip, all that fun stuff.
And remember the rule. It's really, really fun to make like snow angels. Don't eat the yellow snow. That's the one you don't want to do.
Number one rule of wintertime. Oh, her first great-granddaughter was born here. Wow. Mark Tyron, hey, also good morning.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Elizabeth Agagi says, I used to live in the North Pole up there for 2 years. Crazy. It's Glenn. Glenn says, I never experienced snow, only on the freezer. I had an uncle who did that once. He made because we used to have a big deep freeze and would always like ice up on the side. And he'd be like, "Oh, we have a snowball fight for like a second."
The closest I've ever come on Guam to experiencing that, or like frostbite, is like your uncles tell you like when you're at like the party, they have that huge cooler where they put ice and water inside and like they chill like the beer, or the sodas, and like, hey, go get me a drink, right? How long could you actually submerge your arm in that big cooler before it hurts so much? You're like, dude, I just got to pull this out.
That's Chamorro hypothermia. At 6:40, let's go ahead and get into our first look at news here. In for Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, who is on leave, Jason Salas from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Guam. Happy holidays again to you and yours worldwide. And let's continue with our update of everything going on with the battle against COVID here and throughout the Marianas, as the Joint Information Center on Guam reported yesterday that 8 people are in the hospital, 6 at GMH and 2 at Guam Regional Medical City up here in Dededo. Of those 8, 2 are in the ICU, and of those, 6 are vaccinated and 2 are unvaccinated. Community tests were not available due to the holiday weekend. Results from the private clinic will be reported today, so you can expect those numbers, again, to reflect how many people got tested, how many new cases there have been. Up in the CNMI, very, very tragic news is an alarming 3 fatalities were reported over the holiday weekend due to COVID-19. Like Chris said, Tomas Mangloni is back on island, and he's going to join us later on with his analysis and details, as well as the infection numbers as the surge continues up north. We're going to take you back to the newsroom now, where a guy that you may be familiar with is standing by, and he has your link update.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Good morning, everyone. Here's your link update news. It's a simple law that will change the lives of thousands of school-age girls for the better. Nestor Lecanto explains the lasting impact of the Period Poverty Act of 2021.
Governor Leon Guerrero's signature capped a 7-year effort by the Guam Youth Congress to get their adult counterparts to recognize what they knew would be a life-changing measure for so many of their classmates. Youth Speaker Stephanie Lorenzo says it's a direct result of social advocacy and action by youth leaders past and present.
Access to these menstrual products is a right. Feeling clean, confident, and capable during their menstrual cycle is a necessity. The passage of this bill showcases Guam's role as a leader in lawmaking, as we now join states such as California, Illinois, New Hampshire, and Virginia, who all have legislation in place that provides menstrual products to their public school students.
The Period Poverty Act, sponsored by Senator Amanda Shelton at the request of the Youth Congress, requires all schools to provide and stock free female menstrual products for students who can't afford them. Vanji Cepeda, chairperson of the Guam Academy Charter School, says it's a shame it took 7 years.
Every young woman needs to be provided the dignity to have this available in the school. Something as easy and as small as this enhances them and encourages them to go to school and not have to make this be an obstacle. When this bill was discussed, you'll be amazed how many of them said, "Come on, Ms. Cepeda, you're serious? We can use the money to do something more useful." I said, "You don't have a problem with it because you can provide that to your daughter." But how many of those that are not able to do that? Why should they be stifled, or why should they not go to school because their dignity is taken away?
To the thousands of our island students that this law will benefit, this is our commitment to you and your future, since now the days wondering if you'll get through your next class are behind you.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
While on a trip to the mainland, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez could meet with officials from the U.S. Department of Education this coming January, during which time they're expected to discuss the high-risk grantee status. In an interview with KUM, Guam Education Board Chairman Mark Mendiola says that with the progress made in the last few years, they are now ready to remove the third-party fiduciary agent.
With the high-risk status, we've been on it for quite some time. Since I've been on board, about 4.5 years. We've made significant improvements. When I came on board, we were spending like $5 million to pay for a third-party fiduciary to come in and oversee how we spend our federal dollars. I want to report to our community that we've been able to shave that down to about $2.2 million. And so the commitment is that they're going to come out next year around the June time to do a final review, hopefully, to basically tell us that we are going to be, and they're going to check our work. And, and if we do what we say we're going to do and we got it in order, then we can take that $2.2 million and put it back into the classroom, and we'll finally be rid ourselves off of this oversight.
Fernandez told KUM News some timelines have been set to hopefully remove the third-party fiduciary oversight before the summer during a meeting with Senior Advisor Chris Soto, the Office of the Secretary of U.S. DOE. And finally, it may have taken 6 months to come to fruition, but a generous and stylish donation from a family-owned company to frontliners and healthcare staff comes just in time for Christmas.
Royal International Corporation, which currently oversees the Coach and Cole Haan boutiques at the Plaza in Tumon, celebrates their 50th anniversary this year. And General Manager Yoshi Hishikawa says as a result of the COVID pandemic, any celebration to mark such an occasion wasn't possible, especially since the stores were closed for much of the time. But Hishikawa still wanted to do something special.
Since we've been very fortunate, even due to the economic hardship, we wanted to do something for the community, to give back to the community as a thank you for letting us be in business for 50 years here. And then we wanted to reach it out to the frontliners and the healthcare staff, especially after these almost 2 years of being in a pandemic. So their dedication and commitment to the community, so we wanted to do something back.
That's something special? A generous donation of Coach products to the Guam Memorial Hospital and the Guam Medical Association. 439 pieces that range from small accessories to large leather goods to GMH, valued at a little over $70,000, and 420 pieces, valued at about $79,000, went to GMA. To ensure the donation got into the hands of the healthcare workers, he reached out to the GMH Volunteers Association, known as the Pink Ladies. Current President Christine Calvo.
What a wonderful way to celebrate the gift giving season. It's not something he thought of last week. It's been ongoing. The people at the hospital are on everybody's minds because of what has been happening in the past 2 years.
The idea for the donation came back in July. Corporate approval took some time, but for the lucky frontliners, it was well worth the wait. Now, Calvo says there are close to 1,500 employees at GMH, so a committee will be doing an electronic raffle among staff, but they are beyond grateful for such a donation.
I hope everyone stays safe and healthy during this holiday season. We just wanted to do something for the community as well, so that's why we did what we did, I guess. I didn't think I was going to get a publicity like this. As you can tell, I'm not used to this kind of stuff, but yeah, just a thank you for the community as well. I mean, even though majority of our, consumer base may be tourists, but, we are part of the community, so.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
That's going to do it for your Link News Update. Let's go back to the rest of the show with your headlines in Zamora.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, we want to bring you season's greetings from the central part of the island as Tatuha, the tri-village area of Tamuning, Tumon, and Harmon by way of Mayor Luis Rivera actually sent us a short clip of the winner of the home decorating contest. Joseph's going to bring it up now, and this is the first place winner, the residents of Mr. and Mrs. Chad Law, now for their incredible display of lights, of decorations, and of playing amazing music by Chris, none other than old Blue Eyes himself, Frank Sinatra, the chairman of the board. They won $500. So congratulations to the Law family for this wonderful holiday display. Again, the Tamuning Tumon Harmon winner of the home decorating contest. Much more serious news, and one that has drawn nearly universal concern from Guamanians throughout the world, is the vandalism, apparently, of Fort Soledad down in the southern village of Humatec. Mayor Johnny Canata is asking for the community's help to possibly identify the person or people who may have been responsible for spray painting not only the main fort. This is one of the most picturesque places on the island, of course, overlooking beautiful Humatec Bay, as well as the public restroom facility there. You were asked to call the village mayor's office, 671-828-2940. The Mayor Canata does plan on repainting both structures before the beginning of the new year, and Mayor Johnny Canata is going to join us later on the link, and you'll find out about what is going on there. So again, if you have any information about this, please call Mayor Canata. His office's number, again, 671-828-2940. We got some technology news for you now about drones, as in efforts to meet the demand for the island's growing drone industry. The University of Guam and the NASA Guam Space Grant Program, created a team of now newly certified pilots that have the designation of FAA certification.
There were 12 University of Guam students who passed the Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA exam, this semester, and now are obtaining flight hours through simulator training, internships, and missions assisting local researchers and agencies. Throughout the program sessions and training workshops, students learned about drone components and proper storage, drone operations and mechanics, various flight conditions, appropriate times and locations for flights, types of flight zones, remote to drone signals, and more. Dr. Leslie Aquino, the Executive Director of NASA Guam EPSCoR at UOG, says the first-time program turnout was great.
We were just really excited and really pleased at how well the students did after the knowledge portion. We had some who took it right after the course ended, and they passed with flying colors.
The UOG Drone Course is the institution's first drone certification and training program for undergraduate and graduate students, staff, and faculty, which is focused on increasing education and awareness of drone technology through responsible use. It launched in April 2021 and aims to build technical capacity by creating a cadre of FAA licensed, informed, and responsible pilots through knowledge courses, training workshops, and hands-on flying opportunities. After being accepted into the program, participants must complete a 3-week preparatory knowledge course. Then students schedule their FAA Part 107B certification exam, which grants successful members a 2-year remote pilot license necessary to safely fly drones through Guam skies. Dr. Aquino shared with KUAM News the type of job opportunities that are out there for those who are FAA certified.
something requiring a licensed drone operator. So for us within academia, like at UOG, we could certainly use people with that expertise for our research projects requiring different types of imagery. So things like maybe we need thermal, infrared imagery. That might be something where we could hire a student or a graduate with those skills. But in the private industry, as Romina was saying, we've got several drone companies here on island who have missions that they do, that they conduct, and those would be things that our students could they could get hired there, either part-time or full-time, depending on what's available, and assist with things like taking commercial photography or commercial videography.
Now with their licenses, the students are expected to fulfill 40 hours of flight time through simulator training, internships, and missions, providing aid to UOG researchers, local government agencies, or nonprofit organizations. The hands-on experience equips the students when entering the workforce with the ability to incorporate drone technology in various sectors of the economy, including construction, environmental mapping, infrastructure inspection, and emergency services. Applications for the next Drone Corps cohort are expected to open in May 2022. The first cohort was restricted to just UOG students and employees. However, in the second cohort, priority will be given to UOG students and employees. If there are any additional slots, they will open them up to the Guam Community College students, GovGuam agencies, and the general public. Some requirements to join the program include being a U.S. citizen and 18 years of age or older. For more information, contact Keanu Fastu, Communications Coordinator of NASA Guam Space Grant, at FAUSTOK 9679 at triton.uog.edu. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
All right, now for our next story, it's a very heartwarming, touching story. As having a birthday so close to Christmas 10 days prior, a week and a half, in fact, you think a concern for most youngsters would be if you're going to get one big present or two small presents, but that is not at all what little Aria Ujoa was thinking, and she wanted Christmas to be more about giving rather than receiving, as Jonah Goncharfers has in this report.
Having a birthday so close to Christmas, December 15th to be exact, you'd think the concern would be if you're going to get one big present or two small presents. But that wasn't what Aria Ujoa was thinking.
Christmas is all about giving. That's more important than receiving.
So for her birthday party, the 6th grade FB Leon Guerrero Middle School student asked that instead of gifts for her, that guests bring much-needed toiletries such as shampoo and soaps that would benefit those in need.
I was taught that there are other kids that don't have stuff that my sister and I have. My birthday's 10 days before Christmas, so I think it would be a nice thing to do.
On Monday, Aria, along with their parents, CJ and Rin Lazama, pulled a wagon full of items to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's office. The donation will benefit Togi, just one of the many nonprofit organizations their office has been supporting this year. Togi, which translates to Stand Up or Rise in Samoru, is about offering optimal quality of wellness for all and serves as a peer support network for people in recovery.
Our only hope and our wish for this is that we can inspire others to do the same. Give back what you can, you know, like you don't have to give back so much, but any little thing. And when it comes from, you know, so many people, it becomes so much.
Here's hoping a simple act of kindness creates a ripple effect. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonah Goncharfers.
This morning, we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming up on the show, but consider this story as the Isla Center for the Arts is hosting an art exhibit which showcases the works of faculty members from the University of Guam's Fine Arts program.
Ceramic sculptures, acrylic paintings, prints, and photographs are few of the art featured at the Faculty Biennial at the Isla Center for the Arts. Associate Professor of Art Irina Ketchkesh specializes in printmaking.
Part of my installation, there are several parts of my installation. The part that you see on the floor, actually starting from the walls and going on the floor and then dissolving in that space over there, is called River, and it's printed, hand-printed lino cuts on a very thin fabric. I called it River because it symbolizes the flow of life, but also altogether the installation symbolizes the space of liminality, which is a space in between different stages of life or transitory ephemeral space, and it reflects as well this time we are living in and adjusting to function and conduct our lives in the time of pandemic.
Professor Rick Castro shared what his art and art style mean.
The work that you see here is sort of a return to my abstracts, my most personal painting style. And you mentioned Jackson Pollock. As a matter of fact, that's one of my favorite artists and one of the biggest influences in my painting style. So what we see here is more or less anamorphic forms that you see in addition to some gestural painting, utilizing and emphasizing movement and not just color. This is, in essence, to create more of a dialogue with my audience so they can take a look at it and give their own interpretation of what they think they're seeing.
The sculptures and ceramics are the first things you see when walking into the exhibit, created by Professor Louis Rifkowitz.
On my left here, I have a series of plates that really deal with the elements of glaze and how they melt in the kiln. When we work with ceramics, we use fire, okay, and heat. And ceramics is clay. We dig it out of the earth, we form it, and then what we're going to do is sort of decorate it. And in the decorative process, we're trying to make glass adhere to the clay and also color the clay. This sculpture here in the background was more an expression of, how could I say, a summer that I spent with a family member who had cancer. Okay, that's what inspired that particular piece.
This art exhibit is open until January 28th, and admission is free. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
And that story definitely gets the Chris Barnett stamp of approval. Chris, a very big art fan, right?
I guess I am now, Jay. Thanks.
No, you've done some artwork, right?
I don't know. Have I done artwork? I doodle a little, yeah, I guess.
No, I mean you've drawn. Have you ever painted?
Yeah, Jay, I've painted.
I'm terrible.
Painted the house
with the roller.
Right. Now, it's funny. I used to think that I could draw. My kids think I'm a really good artist. But I remember I drew this flower one time, and we used to have an artist who worked here, and I was like, "Hey, what do you think of that?" And he was like, "Well, I'm just going to tell you, just because you can draw doesn't mean it's art." So.
Oh, you're talking about Jamil?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Jamil, our former creative director. Shout out to Jamil, by the way.
Not really very encouraging.
Well, he would always say, like, because people would be like, we'd be taking, like, our photos for, like, our annual, like, team photos or, like, the headshots for, like, the website. And it's like, come on, man. But he's such a perfectionist. He's like, dude, anybody can just, like, press the shutter. I'm trying to take a picture. I was like, okay, I got it.
Yeah, cryptic. Yep.
No, but he used to work at Marvel too. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's born and raised in Queens, New York, but he used to work at Marvel.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 7:00. Let's do some more news. Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank with Uncle Ken Conception right here on the link. Good morning.
Buenas tardes, tigetsun tugifunut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Ma-report ni Joint Information Center na 5 na tao man ma-hospital sa maninati ni COVID-19. 2 sa gaya gi ICU. Gi-5 ni man ma-admiti, 4 sa esta man mabakuna, da 1 sa ayi ti mabagkukuna. Departamento de Salud Publico dan Servicio Social sa ma-report loki na 1 positibo na kausa. Gi-50 ni man ma-test para COVID-19, gi-24 gi Disembre. Pumalo siya na resito gini clinic siya sa palma-report pago na dia. Distiti nitohon niya ipesti 19,432 sa maninadzi ni COVID, 270 sa Mampinino, 249 sa man ma-isolate, sa 18,913 sa timan ma-isolate. Ito niya Guam CAR nagrado sa 1.0. Mas artikulo, makonfirma ni Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation iminat 9 des na pinaitay COVID-19 entry in Norte Marianas. Mas informasyon sa manananggay gidispoy sa tempo. Ma-report loki 34 nuevo na kausa, kini ni man maadu, sa ni man bueta, numan mates gi 24 gi Disembre. Sigon ni CHCC gi 34 na kausang COVID, 14 sa man ma-identifika through di contact tracing, 14 man ma-identifika gi na man mates gi komunidad, 16 sa man ma-identifika entry man mates sa Porofanbueta. Esta pagod 12 man ma-espitad, taputodo 740 na man active na kausa siya. Ipotodo na tinifong disti Marso na mes gimapos na sakan sa 2,853 na kausa. 2,562 guihi na kausa sa ma-identifika disti 28 gi Oktubri. Masasunto, matutati isla di USS Carl Vinson na aircraft carrier. Masya tawza manunsya Fudmano in Navy, lamigay maliin ni tawtawta ni Aji Nimitz class na barkong gera, ani ay Huti Naval Station para fambisita. Iguam Chamber of Commerce sa manunsyo gi membro niya, nagwadang kulo na barko para fatumagi para porgi iguini. Disti 23 gi Disyembre iste 28. Masangan lo kinagwaha siya gi Aji kasi 5,000 na crew sa Porofanbuena Liberty para fanhusing entry islata at sumilong dyan ni celebration ni Christmas. USS Carl Vinson ni udupusi sa niya port sa San Diego sa Manistaba Hagwini gisagwahan gi Nobyembre na mes. Sigon ni matugi ni US Naval Institute News is na strike group sa man ma-deploy gwati gi Western Pacific. Desta man funasan sa di bilateral na training exercise sa ni Royal Australian Navy and Air Force. Yuto man asunto para pago na Lunes gin ni KUAM News kifinot sa Moro. Imahormatag si Johnny Kinata sa mamamasin na judo gin ni publiko para makisoda hadito siya na tawtawag man responsable pwede malabidang vandalism giza Fort Soledad. Lingya si Kinata ni unog yung lanero ni opisina ni Mahod matugato guihi pero fanhok ka basula hari para pinantang graffiti giligan ni Kembon sa ni Fort mismo. Asangan si Kinata na maplanen niya opisina niya na pero marek data por mapenta do Nuevo lugar at ititinituhin ni Nuevo Nasakan. Kumuguan famusyon mo padesti por favor agang yung opisina ni Miod gisay 718-2940-482-51 para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated. I didn't have any symptoms. I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me. I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #Instaguam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful, they're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. If you're struggling to pay rent and utilities because of the pandemic, your government can help. Our Emergency Rental Assistance Program provides direct relief to you. To date, over $6.9 million has helped over 1,500 households.
Apply online at eoa.guam.gov or call the Department of Administration's Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 19.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Magonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Half a day. My name is Jesse Allig, and I'm the mayor of the beautiful village of Piti and the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. Our mayors and vice mayors work on resolving many different issues throughout the day. Now, we're focusing our efforts to recruit 19 new foster families. The numbers vary, but we have hundreds of our own neglected and abused children in need of a home. Auntie Fina Tanatongo, a veteran foster mom, says, all you need is love. If you have a little room in your home and a lot of love in your heart, please join our campaign trail and call the mayor's office to find out how you can become a foster mom or dad. Help us give our children the gift of family.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Then you look at me, girl, and smile, 'cause you know I treat you right all the while. Nowhere else in the world I'd be. No more beautiful women I've seen, where the sky is clear and the grass is green. Island girls, you are man's best dream. going every time.
Hey, good morning. 7/16 Monday, last Monday of 2021, and then you get 52 new ones. Yeah. Happy New Year, Jay.
Happy New Year.
So, what are you doing? Are you doing like resolutions or? Yeah, I kind of quit that a while ago.
Keep on keeping on.
Yep, just stay alive.
I always, okay, and here's the thing about me. I always take time during the end of the year, you know, like as a software guy, to just say like, okay, well, what skills am I kind of a little bit like trailing behind the pace car, let's say, and like what should I like kind of like ramp up?
Yeah.
And then I'll just say
what skills in your software arsenal should you ramp up?
There's a whole bunch of stuff I could do better.
I tell you.
But like I've identified like maybe 2 or 3 areas where like I'm gonna put a lot of focus in for the next few months.
Like what, man?
I could be a better engineer. I could work a little bit more efficiently. I mean, I'm always trying to like, you know, tweak everything, including myself. So there's that. There's some languages that like I could be better at writing. I mean, I could make the stuff that I write perform a little bit better, be a little bit more secure, a little bit more stable.
Right on.
I mean, I've always considered myself like a toy maker. The business of making toys is endlessly fascinating to me ever since I was a kid. Like if I could have worked for like Hasbro or Mattel, I would have worked for like minimum wage. To make Transformers for a living? Are you freaking kidding? You could have modeled as my He-Man.
It's never too late, Jay, to follow your dreams. You know, sometimes it is too late though. For people who are struggling to make ends meet, to pay their bills, Jay, whether we're talking about rent, power,
it's never too late.
Water.
There's always hope.
They feel like it's too late.
Yeah.
They don't know if there's help out there for them.
Well, we're here to help you because the Department of Administration is throwing you a lifeline. And if you've applied for like their programs before, if you need help paying your rent, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program has been broadened, as we've been saying, you know, for the past, 3 weeks on the show now. It takes 5 days to get a response. And even if you've applied before, please try again because the range, like I said, has been increased. This is for current month's rent all the way back to last March when the pandemic first started in 2020. If you need help paying your water bill, your power bill, getting online and making your internet payments, you know, like if you had to unfortunately give up Wi-Fi, if you have moving expenses and everything like that, they can help.
Is there a number that people can call?
There is. Well, first of all, go to the website because that's open 24/7, so you can check out.
But Jay, I mean, let's say they turn in their application because you know time is of the essence, right? Is it going to take forever for them to look at it and make a determination?
No, 5 business days. So you go to doa.guam.gov and you fill out your application, send in the PDF, you know, fill out the online form, take a look at the FAQs and everything like that. Do it today. There's a very good chance you could find out by Monday because this week's, of course, a shortened day, a shortened week.
Okay. 720. Thank you for that, Jay. It's the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The mayor of Humatec, Mayor Johnny, Mayor Bada, as he's affectionately known, Mayor Johnny Kanata, is at this hour making his way towards Fort Siladot, where he's going to be cleaning up after some a-holes who did some vandalism up there. I mean, it's Fort Siladot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, explain for people that may not have a firm grasp on what the historical significance of Fort Siladot is.
Wow, Jay, thanks. I know it's a fort. It's a Spanish fort,
Mhm.
right? And they used to go up there in the ancient olden days, and they would take pictures because it's a really nice view.
And of course, that like the historical significance of Humatec Bay. That's where Magellan made his landing on Guam.
Yep.
And so the fort,
the beginning of the end, like we like to say.
Yeah. So the fort up there. I mean, it's. Yeah, you could walk there. You have to walk up that hill. So I mean.
Yeah. So basically, what they did was the bathroom. They put all kinds of like gang writing on there or something. I never understood gangs on Guam. I mean, we're on Guam, bro. And it's like obviously there's the biggest gang out there that everyone just romanticizes and doesn't do anything about. It's insane to me. We're like, aren't we grown-ups? Are we still playing gangster?
Now, Mayor Johnny said he plans to paint before New Year's, right? Now, you can paint the restroom facilities. I mean, that's easy enough, but...
So they did that already.
Fort itself.
So on the fort itself, I spoke with the mayor this morning, and basically what he was told was they got to go at it with the steel brush. So I think he's going to be up there. We're going to give him a call. We're going to take a quick break and get Mayor Bada on, and then we'll fold into Mayor Jesse Alec, who's the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, here for a Monday check-in, find out what's going on in your neck of the jungle. And that's next right here on The Link. Good morning.
Discover
I didn't get
a world
screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated. I didn't have any symptoms. I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime. The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #Instaguam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hafa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hafa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Exactly what Chamorro music needed. The better rhythm section. Joe Garrido, good morning. Yeah, heads up. No more plastic bags come Friday. So I'm not sure. Am I allowed to keep the ones that I have? Well, the 3 million plastic bags I have under the sink, Jay?
Oh, you do that too? Wait,
Yeah,
how do you do it? Do you
I
tie
don't even
them?
know why I say.
Do you tie them up into little balls, or do you like stretch them out? Or
It's very inconsistent because sometimes my kids will put them down there, but the one I try and tie it. Yeah. But it's just a big mess.
yeah, what will you use? What will you do with all those plastic bags?
Right.
I saw like our friends at Jamaican Grill. I ordered dinner for me and my mom like the other night. They actually brought it in a big branded Jamaican Grill paper bag.
Right. Yeah. And
Very clever.
Definitely. They're hitting you at the register with this. Is when you go now to, any store pretty much. There's that option. Do you want to carry all this out like one of those? What are those? They stack everything on their head. You know what I mean? Or do you want to buy a reusable bag?
Sure. Let me carry these 40 cans of soup out in one arm.
Like this. I'm gonna play grocery Jenga.
It's like I hate when I go to restaurants and I order like a salad.
Yep.
And they forget to give me like utensils. Like, what am I supposed to do? Drink my salad or what?
Hey, put your face down in it. Yeah, but so now when I go to the store, because I have so many reusable bags. Who doesn't? But for some reason, it's impossible to remember the reusable bags. And people are like, oh, put it in your car. You'll never forget it. Yeah, it's in my car. I did forget it when I got down to the store. But when you get down to the store, you're like, oh, my God. Never mind. Okay. Let me have it. How much is your reusable bag?
Yeah.
And, so I went over to Kmart and it was like 50 cents or something. Over across the street, it's like $1.50. Like
You got yours for 50 cents. Man, I spent like $3 on
well,
mine.
it depends on where you go, NJ.
And I guess how deep it is, and does it have the handles, and is it like what kind of materials it made of?
Right. Yeah. So that's what's happening, and I think I'm not sure if Guam EPA is the one that's supposed to be going around, kind of reminding people, but that is just right around the corner, and it's one of those things that we kind of put off in our head, like, yeah, 2022, we're not going to use plastic bags anymore. Okay, fine, whatever. That's like forever away. Well, no, it's not. It's coming very fast. 7:28, let's hit the phones where we have Mayor Bada, Mayor Johnny Kanata of Humatec on the line live from Fort Soledad. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
So, Mayor, Merry Christmas, Mayor. How was your Christmas, first of all?
Good.
Well, I saw that some people made the naughty list down in your village. I just wish we knew who they were. First of all, have you had any leads with GPD? Have they any clues about who vandalized Fort Soledad?
Actually, they called me. Park Ranger called me yesterday, and Parks and Recs maintenance took care of the bathroom already, and we were supposed to take care of it today. As you know, we're here right now, taking care of the fort. Now we're brushing out all the paint
with the steel brush, right?
Yes, steel brush.
Right. My grandpa loved the steel brush.
Yeah.
And so, Mayor, is that what it's going to take to get that spray paint off there?
Actually, Joe Kanata, he's the one that we wanted to talk to about what's good to use, and he said to use a steel brush.
Right.
To brush it off because it's the fort is soft. It's made out of something, so we don't want to, the historical, the way it's built.
Right, and that's you're talking
that's
about
limestone, right?
You're talking about Joe Kanata, the Guam Preservation Trust, no, Mayor?
Yes. He called me yesterday.
Also, the Humatec Heritage Foundation too. So
That's
he's
right,
got a very, very vested interest in the Southern Village.
Yes. We have this is been a long time since anybody did this to the fort. And yesterday there was a lot of people yesterday in here. They were parking their cars in the middle of the fort, the road going out. A lot of people yesterday when I came to check Parks and Rec because they're painting the.
Mayor, when you say there's a lot of people, was there a lot of people just stopping by to like take picture and stuff?
No, they're hanging out. They're drinking their beers. And
I see.
A lot of them.
Yeah, it was crowded.
Even on the grass. They're parked on the grass.
Wow. Mayor, so can we rewind? Tell us, how did you find out about this vandalism at Fort Soledad? Take us back.
Okay, on the 18th, I was down at this store. They opened a new store in Pneumatic, so I was down there. We have a raffle ticket, so I was drinking. But I checked the fort in the evening before I went down. There was no graffiti. And then one of my maintenance came up to the fort just to drive around. Just 30 minutes. She called me and sent me the picture WhatsApp about. I said, oh my God, I was just there. a couple of minutes ago. So I guess after I went out and I went down for a while down at the, and then my staff came from the store, then went back up. She said, "Did you see the fort?" I said, "No." She sent me the picture that it was graffiti. So it happened a good 30 minutes after I was there.
On December 18th, Mayor, you said?
December 18th.
Wow, so it was a little bit ago.
It was in the evening, or maybe 7 o'clock.
How did you feel, though, when you saw that?
Oh, you know, the people from Montague, they don't do those things, you know, graffiti and all that. You know, like I said to Patty Arroyo, you know, we have a trash bin down there. And people in Montague just go there and put their trash in there. They have pride in the village now. They just keep the village clean. Every time they party and they're done, they just pick up their trash. There's a trash bin. They just go over and put it in the trash bin. Graffiti, I don't think anybody down here will graffiti there. They have pride in their village of Montague.
So who do you think
thank you and Merry Christmas.
Who do you think it was then, Mayor?
I just don't know. I don't want to, you know, I just want to clean it and get it over with and move on.
Well, I want to find out who's...
I told Parks and Rec that I wanted to clean it today, but the chief of staff called me and they did it yesterday.
I saw that. Yeah.
And you know what, Mayor? This is Jason, but it's not just the people of your village, but you know we put it on Instagram, and it's people from people that have ties to Guam from all over the world, are just expressing their shock.
Thank you so much for all the work that you guys are doing, the media putting it out there and letting the people know that don't go around doing this stuff like this, because we're trying to. The mayors are working hard to try and keep their village clean.
Amen.
And and they're doing a lot for the villages, and we just want to make the people of Guam know that everywhere you go, it's still your village too. That just doesn't mean that you're staying at Agana.
Exactly.
You're not from. You're from here. You're from Guam. So the people of Guam needs to know to keep this village clean, keep Hagåtña clean, keep Džoňa clean, all the other villages. They like coming down to the south because the south is natural. Right now is natural. There's nothing but view and scene for the place. The bay, fishing, everything, And I just want to let the people know, you come down here and enjoy yourself. Check out the view, sit down with the family, enjoy the beach. It's not just for Montague, it's for everybody, but the people from Montague, they have pride in their village. They keep it clean. And they want to keep it that way. Not for somebody to come in and just do whatever they feel like it. You need help? I tell everybody, you need help, just call the mayor. Flat tire, anything, we do that. We help people from other places. Because people go around and take the mayor, because the mayor is very good. I am a good person, and Christmas, it's all about giving and happiness. And that's what I'm going to do. Anybody that needs help down here, I'm going to help them. And I just want to let the people know to, whoever's going around doing this, to stop what they're doing, and instead of doing this, help out. There's things that you can do better, If you're an artist, get a wood and spray paint the wood, Do something with your life, not go around spraying the villages.
Mayor, do you have any idea of what the penalties might be, considering that is like a historical artifact? Because I remember Chris, like last year was over in Malesso, where Mayor Ernest Chargaleff was showing us how there were pictures and videos of the statue of Santa Maria in Camelin, where people put chains on her. Remember that? That was last year.
Yeah, I remember.
I mean, that was another one where like everybody went nuts.
Yeah, I remember that, but I don't know what's the penalty. Maybe I'll call Mayor Ernest and see if he checked on it, because usually Mayor Ernest will check on that. Right. Now I'm going to check on it because I'm hearing it. If there's a penalty, and somebody needs to be, accounted for.
Amen. Do we have the pictures, guys?
We do.
So, Mayor, do you know anything at all about the Streetwise gang organization? Because the bathroom here was spray painted down there at Fort Soledad in Humatec. It says, "We own this." Streetwise. SMDMF, MOB, I don't know what's that. And then over here it says something like
Same here. I don't know what's that. Then
Love Lost, Love Found. And
right.
So do you know who's the Streetwise gang? What village is that?
I don't know. I cannot recall. There's a lot of people buying those shirts, Streetwise shirts at Tropic Wear. I don't know. I even take my boy there to buy his shirts and pants there at Streetwise. So I cannot say anything where the Streetwise is coming from because everybody's buying that shirt because the brand name is good. And he's wearing right now. He's in front of me right now. He's a 15-year-old.
Oh, maybe you should interrogate Mayor if he's part of the Streetwise gang.
Yeah.
Good luck, Mayor.
Don't push too hard.
Yeah, good luck with that. And, our prayers, really, this is...
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you guys for letting people know out there, And Merry Christmas again to this, KUAM.
Thank you, Mayor. Send us some pictures of your cleanup.
Happy New Year, huh?
Hagamos.
We'll meet again.
That's that, okay. There you go, Mayor Botta. Good guy, man. Good guy.
I mean, certainly he's got enough on his plate right now, but and yeah, like you said, I'm glad he brought up our friend Joe Canata because the sensitive nature of it, because it's a historical artifact. It's I mean, even when you said they're going to take steel wool to it, I was like, and that's made of what, limestone?
I'm not sure.
But I mean that thing. I mean, and obviously,
But if Joe Canata says hit it with the steel brush, I'm assuming it's okay.
But I mean, it's the ravages of time have taken. I mean, it's not the same fort when it was first erected. Obviously, like erosion and whatnot and everything like that. But whew.
Let's get Mayor Jesse Allig, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, on this morning. It's a Mayor's Monday. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. So,
was it a Merry Christmas for you?
It was pretty merry. I don't know how merry it was for the mayor of Humatec, but just I guess real quick, what do you think of that?
Yeah, deplorable. I think we always look for ways to keep our parks safe and clean, and for vandals to do that type of thing, especially on Christmas. I mean, that's just it's nonsense. I mean, there's so many other things to do in life than to be doing stuff like that. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, and I'm glad that the administration took action. I wish, though, that action like that was taken for everything else that was just as important as the historical site of Fort Soledad.
Right, and then also I want to take it back to they're just not funding the presence at the parks. To go around and to be checking that. We hear it all the time.
And that was, I spoke to former Governor Gutierrez since he's been at GVB, and one of the things that I'm so grateful for is the relationship that we have with him to actually kind of expand what GVB does for Guam and for Tumon. And what's good for Tumon, I think, is good for every other village. And we're talking about the I think they're called VSFs or VSOs.
Visitor Safety Officers, VSOs.
Officers, right. So, of course, I'm sure other people have thought about it, but of course, I'm mentioning it as the council president saying, hey, if those officers are good for Tumon, can we bring those officers to the parks in the villages? Because our tourists go to those parks. I have 2 parks in PD that the tourists visit, and we don't have any officers there. It's really just our maintenance staff that take care of it. So I just feel like if there's a larger presence of those officers around the island and in our parks, there's certainly, it'll hopefully curb those types of activity. And I don't know if Senator Moylan has a bill out. I know you may have seen it or you may have heard about it, about those video cameras that he's proposing to have installed in public areas. And so,
why does he have to have a bill? It's a no-brainer. We should have cameras at all the parks. We should have had cameras at all the parks ever since. I mean, every time we do a story about illegal dumping, whether it's 1,000 Steps or vandalism at Fort Soledad, it's the same problem. And the lieutenant governor
after that, we were talking,
should know better.
We had the conversation last week, and he had forwarded after that our conversation. He forwarded me the bill that he introduced.
He just forwarded it to me too.
Yeah, so you're right, but I mean, I'm not. Well, you know, he's a policymaker, right? He doesn't execute policy. It's really the administration. So if the administration is not, if that's not on their radar, it's not something they want to do, it's not going to be done. I mean, we know that. And so maybe now, maybe that will be something. And typically what Jim Moylan promulgates, what Jim Moylan puts out, someone will follow, or someone has already thought about it. And then because someone said it, the other one's are gonna finish it. Yeah. So hopefully something like that happens, right? Like
so
you said,
you're basically saying if Senator Moylan has an idea in a bill, it's not going to go anywhere, and so then someone else will copy it and then run with it. And
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and we know that, and the thing is, you just have to push forward, and whatever happens, I mean, as long as it's for the good of the island and in service of the people, why not? I mean, the approach might be different, but that's the name of the game.
Yeah, but we've had, I mean, you know, the beautification czar, the Lieutenant Governor Joshua Tenorio, has had the whole pandemic when no one was going to these parks to get everything ready. And I mean, it's the biggest thing the Lieutenant Governor does is beautification. Traditionally, that's always been their thing, right? So I just don't get it. Why are we still talking about this? I mean, you have the money, you have the time, and I'm just saying it's a question of priorities. We're reading about all these above-step recruitments, $10,000 raises, and then the ones who get left holding the bag, it's the people of Guam, as always.
So in that vein, I do want to say that you're right, that it's about priorities. I also have to say that there are some benefits that we've received from the beautification task force. I'm not hating on them.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, right? It is what it is.
But you're right. It is priorities, correct. You're right. In that, like I said, in that vein, it's just, I don't want it to seem like they're not productive. They are productive, but it's all about priorities. And so hopefully now, you know, that there's a shift in priorities, because I think they're supposed to be meeting, right, this week or something.
I think like tomorrow or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and don't turn it into Chris Barnett's hating on the beautification task force, because I'm not. I'm just saying. I mean, obviously, these parks have been unattended. We couldn't even go to the parks. Remember when they locked us down? Remember they didn't want us to exercise? You remember that? I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these parks were just they were just sitting there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Could have done so much already. Instead of, it's always reactionary after the fact.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, you know, we're used to that, right? Yeah. So we, like I said, roll with the punches.
That's the problem. We're used to it, and they know it, and so that's what it is. Go out and register to vote, guys. Guam Election Commission. Mayor.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Right back at it, guys. Christmas. Mayor, what about money? The 17 million or whatever million that we've been talking about. There was a thing with Congressman San Nicolas saying, oh no, the mayor's supposed to get this much. The administration was like, nah. So has there been some kind of development in this situation where the Mayor's Council of Guam is now going to receive ARP funding?
Well, I mean, it's still the same. I mean, the status quo because we hadn't received the money. Status quo because we continue to talk about it. And that's kind of where we're at. I can't, like I said, I don't want to say what is actually being given to us and what's not going to be given to us, because I would rather receive the money and say, hey, Guam, we got it. Hey, Chris Barnett, look, we got our dollar.
Great. Mayor, I actually have a caller with a question for you about that. Nothing crazy, just calling about the senior centers, which I was going to ask you about. Good morning. Welcome to the link.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor.
Off a day.
Yeah, Mayor, we heard that the senior citizen will be open on January 10th.
Correct.
Okay, and what's the protocol on that one? How about for those senior citizens that do not want to attend because of the variants?
That's okay. You know, no one is forced to attend the center. If the senior citizen is a current is currently registered with the center, they should have received a phone call from their respective center or from their mayor's office to talk to them about returning. If you're not a registered a senior citizen, then you need to register with the senior center operations, which is your senior center. They will talk to the senior citizen about all their options and they can make a decision whether or not they will be returning.
There's another question. If we do not return and show up on the 10th, they will no longer receive our the food for the lunch be delivered. Is that true?
It is correct that senior citizen will not be able to receive the meal from the congregate meal program, which is distributed at the senior center. However, the senior citizen is encouraged to speak to case management with senior center operations and the Division of Senior Citizens to apply for a separate program, a separate meal program that allows for home delivery.
And what would be that program?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What is that program, Mayor? Yeah, people keep calling and asking me about what program is it and is it guaranteed?
It's a different program. I'm not familiar with the program name, but we are encouraging the senior citizens, those who are not going to be returning and those who feel that they need to stay home for their personal reasons, they can speak with their case management, with the case management office at the Division of Senior Citizens. I'm sorry that I don't have the number offhand, but you certainly can call all the mayors, any of your mayor's offices or your senior center to get the information and speak to case management to fill out the application or talk about an application to register under a new meal program.
So you don't know the name of that meal program, Mayor, and you don't know if it's like guaranteed.
I apologize, I do not.
No worries. I mean, public health should be on here explaining all this, but I'm topping it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Mayor, I have another
the Division
question.
of Senior Citizens. There's enough of them to go around to talk about, to help them and transition. And part of the reason why we were sending out the weekly flyers to the Manamco that received meals is because we want them to get a hold of us so that we can talk to them about their options. Because we're certainly not wanting to leave anyone behind. We don't. Our goal is not to. Our goal is to service all our Manamco that need the help, and whether they decide that they want to return to the center or not, if we can help them, we certainly would like to do that. And that's our purpose for sending out those weekly flyers.
Another question, Mayor.
Sure.
The question is, we heard that the case management from each of the center are going to be rotate. Is that true?
The senior centers, the managers, there is a rotation, correct.
And how often does that occur?
You know what? I'm not positive as to how often it occurs. I think what we wanted to do, the reason why the rotation is going to happen is simply to familiarize these center managers with other centers, because they don't work for one particular mayor. They work for all the senior center operations.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Okay. Yeah. So people were obviously asking about that. I did this story, I want to say last week. So what kind of response are you getting? A lot of calls like this gentleman that just called?
Yeah, we have actually been receiving a lot of phone calls, but we're also, getting to the bottom of their situation, and that's what we need to do. Everyone for over a year was just used to everything that we've been doing, and we had to kind of remind everyone that this was all because of the pandemic. So it's not, it's not standard, and it's not regular protocol, and it's certainly not something that the grantor. It wasn't part of the actual program for the meal program for the Senior Citizen Center. It was just, a special case because of the pandemic.
They made allowances because of the pandemic.
Yeah, but because we're really trying to get everyone to keep on moving, and there are definitely many Manamco that want to return. We want to be able to accommodate them as well.
So you don't know what that program is, or whether or not. I'm just assuming no Manamco are going to go hungry, right? The question is, are they going to be able to transfer over to that other program before the centers open? And then I'm also wondering, Mayor, are you concerned about the variant and whether or not things are going to start to pick up here in Guam, as we just saw in Hawaii? They've reported a record number of COVID infections. I mean, record meaning even going back to the beginning of the pandemic, or something like 2,200 cases.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've talked about that and other issues regarding the opening. And in our discussions about the opening, there's all the divisions of public health that need to be a part of the discussion. So environmental health, the doctors and the professionals at public health are part of our discussion. Of course, we're not equipped like the schools are. And so we have to open in a certain manner, and it's certainly not similar to what the schools are doing. But all of those options and all of those concerns are being taken into consideration for sure. So how do we protocols as to what happens when a senior is not feeling well, what happens when a senior is positive, all those types of issues and all those types of concerns are being addressed with the Division of Senior Citizens and our senior workers.
All right. And so do you think that 2 weeks is enough time to address all those issues and get all your protocols and procedures all up and standing and ready to go?
I think it is. Again, it wasn't just, we've been talking about it and we've been having these discussions. I don't believe we have a real big issue at this point. I know that at the very beginning, one of the discussions was were the facilities that were not prepared to open because of actual facility issues. But we're shifting seniors to other centers that are not as full and and fixing the problems that need to get resolved. So I think we will be prepared. Of course, in the event a center is not prepared, we're not pushing for them to open. But again, we're in close contact with everyone at public health that is necessary for us to be in contact with in order to open safely. I don't have any doubt that when we open, I believe we'll be ready, especially those, like I said, those that are prepared to open, we're ready to go. We have Sinahanya and Santa Rita that have actually already been doing bingo. So, those are I think they're the full centers with the bingo. And of course, our big concern is Dededo, but I know Mayor Savares and her team are okay with opening. There's a possibility that Jigo might be shifting or merging with Astumbo, but again, that's just a possibility. And but we're trying to get Jigo up and running.
Mayor, tell us a little bit about the eligibility, because I know these are senior centers, but are these seniors who have regular adults in their family that take care of them normally?
Oh yeah, so the senior center is not an indigent program. It's not, the only requirement is that you're a senior citizen. We have the adult daycare, so another program under the Division of Senior Citizens is the adult daycare. And so adult daycare is totally separate from the senior center operations. The senior center operations, for anyone who's a senior citizen, you're eligible to participate in the center. And the center offers different types of recreational activities during the day from 8:30 to 3:30, I believe. Yeah. And you receive a congregate meal. And a congregate meal is a lunch that you eat at the center. Yeah. And, and that program used to do the Ryan La Reina contest. Yeah. Just so that the Manamco out there who have not participated, you can connect that. So that used to be operated under GARP's FEMA. Right. And so now the Mayor's Council is, has taken over. And of course that's just a MOU with public health. So that can change at any time. Right. And public health can take it back, or public health can find another vendor to take care of the senior center operations. The adult daycare is one that requires, Manamco require additional help throughout the day. They might be bedridden. Right. They might be bedridden. They also may be wheelchair bound. There's also the dementia house, and there's no one to take care of them at home. They can go to those daycare centers, and there's 4 of them around the island. And now that I don't know the requirements, but there are, I know there's some that are serve the indigent population.
Right. Yeah. I've done performances at both the senior centers and the adult daycare, so I'm kind of familiar with what goes on there. But I just want to say that I feel like our Manomco are really wanting this.
I do too. I mean, at the very beginning, it was really a battle between being safe and, just mom and dad worrying about their mom and dad, or, the children worrying about the parents. And it was a struggle, I think. But because we're used to being okay, we're used to being safe, we understand how to practice these protocols. It was about time to talk about an actual opening. And for those Manamco that are willing to come back, we want them to come back. We want them to get out of the house, and we want to do that safely. So yeah, we are looking forward to that January 10th opening.
Right on, Mayor. Then as far as the ARP funds go, no change as of yet, but discussions are underway and ongoing?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Anything
Maybe
else?
It'll be a Happy New Year. I thought it was going to be a Merry Christmas, but it was a Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
It was a Merry Christmas ARP-less.
Yeah. You checked your stocking and the Todd's ARP.
Todd, there was a hole in the top and the bottom.
Plenty holes, Mayor. Maybe what it is they have until Three Kings.
Yeah. This year, Three Kings, if you're following the actual liturgical year, Three Kings is January 2nd. So they don't got too much time.
Oh, Lana, you better hear that, Auntie Lou. Got to January 2nd. Light a candle.
The traditional calendar, of course, is January 6th.
Right.
But, the church follows the, we don't want to get into it, but January 2nd is Epiphany.
You had me at liturgical calendar. I know you know what you're talking about.
That's okay. I'm not sure if anybody from the Vatican is watching right now, Mayor, so you're okay. I think over the last couple of days, they've been kind of preoccupied.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
They may have had mass or two.
I don't know. Yeah, they got some things going on. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, have a good week.
Merry Christmas, and I pray that. I want to kind of get you on before the end of the week. We'll talk about the year in review for you guys and what you're looking at for the upcoming New Year.
Okay, I'll go.
Yeah, okay, that's that.
Adios.
Happy New Year.
Mayor Jesse Allig, always a good time with Mayor Allig. He does a check-in every Monday here on the link at 7:30.
It would not be a Monday if we didn't have that boisterous laughter. Just
Yeah. And I send him the link every Sunday. He's got the Zoom link, but I always make a big thing. Hey, I send you the link. And I always wait to hear if he's going to be like, oh, can't do it, but he's every Monday he's here to give an update.
Speaking of links, Mayor Allig rushed to his keyboard on Saturday because, of course, we had our first inaugural, right? The KUM and the Mayor's Council, the virtual Christmas lights parade, yeah. And he was like, "Hey, is it on now? Where's it showing?" and everything like that. So it's like, "Oh yeah, it's live on YouTube, live on Facebook right now." So I sent him the link, but thank you to all of the villages who sent us that. You can watch it if you missed it. We showed you musical performances. We showed you a whole bunch of different displays from all over the island, and the mayors really came through.
Yeah, that was awesome. Merry Christmas again. It's 8:00. We're gonna are we going on KUM TV? No, we're not, because
Steelers and the Chiefs are playing right now.
Football.
And Big Ben Roethlisberger, who I should say, our friend Logan.
That sounds good. A burger.
Yeah,
man. Our
friend Logan Rage is down at Adeloop.
Our good buddy. Yep.
Yeah, the social media man. We've known him for years. He actually went to college with Ben Roethlisberger. When they were at Miami.
He was out together for a while, right?
Huh?
Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, but the Steelers just ran what I really believe is probably the worst flea flicker I've ever seen. The Chiefs picked it off.
Wow.
I just poked my head out there and I was like, "Ooh."
That's what's going on KUAM TV, guys. Yeah. So there's a game going on in here in the link always, but there's sports game going on out there. So.
We got an unboxing to do, too.
We're at KUAM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. This is The Breeze, 93.9. You're watching and listening to The Link on Facebook Live and streaming right here on The Breeze. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Let's go ahead and... do you have a pair of scissors, Jay?
Well, Joe Sir's got his tool of...
Oh, he does, yeah.
Buy yours if Santa did not gift you one, like everybody, if you got a
I have a
gift
little
card.
Yeah, I have a little pocket knife, but I can't find it.
Yeah.
But this is a box from Mommy Bear Debbie Davis in Bardstown, Kentucky. Her husband was stationed here in the Air Force, right?
In the 80s, yeah.
In the, I think, 80s, 90s. And she follows the Link. She's a loyal Link fan. And she's always in our comments.
And she's had a tough Christmas too. 'Cause
Yeah,
of course,
she lost her dad.
Yeah,
Yeah, so-
and that's why she sent some messages to Bree and everything like that, so they can.
And you guys, if you didn't know, Sabrina Salzman-Tonali's father passed away last week, and so she's gone off to the States to kind of handle everything with the family there. I think she's related to my mom because they both use 8 rolls of tape to secure a box.
Yeah, you'll have an easier time breaking into Fort Knox than you will getting this picture over. And Chris is making sure not to cut directly across what seems to be a greeting card.
Yeah, I totally already cut it.
Yeah.
Because
I'm that guy who very often has been in such a rush to like open an envelope, I'll tear right through the check that's inside, and I'm like, whoops.
I feel like I'm really bothering OCD people with the way I'm opening this. Oh, here we go. We have a card.
And it is addressed to Chris Barnett.
Oh, it is. But, you know, it's for all of us. Merry Christmas. Chris and family wishing you all the joys of a wonderful Christmas. Love, Mama Bear, Debbie, and David Davis.
Oh,
Thank
you,
guys.
Debbie.
I want to say I think I know what it is because Debbie and I communicate offline sometimes, and we sent her some Denancy, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, she loved it.
And of course, like when I went on my vacation, I came back to how big was that, Joe, sir? 2 liters?
That was like a big drum of barbecue sauce.
Barbecue
that she
sauce.
sent. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh! Just kidding, guys. Ooh, I love this stuff.
Hey, you got a knife in your hand. Just pop it, dude. Now you're really driving all the OCD people crazy because they're like, and that was kind of anticlimactic, actually.
You're expecting a big pop, right?
Yeah. Do they even use bubble wrap anymore? I
Oh,
don't think
yep,
so.
I knew it. She sent us 2021 hot sauce. I think her son makes this.
Ooh.
I forget who Debbie said makes this. It's a Kentucky hot sauce. I don't know what it is, but it looks really good. And then she sent us some.
Is that what I think it is? Oh,
Deer jerky.
That is deer. Oh, and
Yeah,
it
this
looks
is-
like it's spicy because it's got the peppers. You can
Well,
see the seeds.
it's actually deer jerky that she made with my Denancy, my Antigua Denancy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Mama Bear. This is awesome. There's some without the pica for the panties in the studio, like Jason. This is really great.
Okay, and she actually did the whole. Took the air out. What do you call that again? The shrink, not shrink wrap, but
The vacuum sealer?
The vacuum sealer.
Yeah. That's
Can you
cool.
tell how often I do this?
Right. You should get you one of those. I got one at the house, and all I do is just vacuum seal stuff and then open it up and then vacuum seal it. It's fun. Fun stuff. 804 here, sir. I don't know how to do this. Thank you so much, Mommy Bear, Debbie Davis. And guys, you can too. You can send us some stuff too if you want. It's up to you. We're not asking, but it's there. It is what it is. We also got a great box from Liz Agagi.
Yeah.
Right.
And we got
Awesome.
the card. Where was the card?
And then
that
also,
wonderful Hawaiian-
Auntie Agnes dropped off some great stuff last week. It's awesome. Thank you so much. It's 8:04. You ready to do the news?
Absolutely.
You sure? We could take a little break. Let's go take a short break, and then we'll come back with our 8 o'clock newscast brought to you by Pacific Points right here on the link.
Well, I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated. I didn't have any symptoms. I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tsumoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
This is a compilation of words written down on the board of my dreams. This is a complicated line with too much rhyme and sound, it seems. But you seem to love when I sing. The troubles do seek to love when I sing. The troubles do singing.
Hey, good morning, 809.
Why you gotta be so afraid?
You hear that? That's called not Christmas music.
It's been a while.
It's been a minute, yeah. It's been about a month, Jay, actually. Factually, it's been a while. Here on The Breeze, of course, we switched it over for the holidays, as we always do. We give you a whole lot of Christmas, a whole lot of early. I love it, though. Monday, December 27th, like Mayor Alex said, traditionally we Christmas until Three Kings, which is on the 2nd. Okay? Many people still praying the novena. I did it last night. Yep. Good stuff. 8:10, our 8 o'clock newscast brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest for Sabrina Salas-Mantanani from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason Salas.
Good morning, everybody out there. I hope you're having a pleasant Monday morning on Guam or Sunday in the States. The very latest with coronavirus on island sees that the Joint Information Center reported 8 people are hospitalized for COVID-19 as of Sunday evening. 6 are at the Guam Memorial Hospital in Tamuning, and 2 are up here in Dedido at the Guam Regional Medical City. Out of the 8 hospitalized, 2 are in the ICU, and of those patients, 6 are vaccinated and 2 are unvaccinated. Community test results, of course, were not available because of the extended holiday weekend. You can expect the private clinics to submit theirs sometime today. We'll see how the holiday had an effect on infection rates. Speaking of, up in the CNMI, an alarming 3 fatalities were reported by our Tomas Manglonia over the weekend due to COVID-19. Tomas is going to be in studio. He's back on 671 soil this morning, and he's going to break down details as well as the infection numbers as the surge continues now, well heading towards 2 months up north. Let's go back to the newsroom now, where one of our younger members, and decidedly very handsome, has your link update back in the newsroom.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Good morning, everyone. Here's your link update news. It's a simple law that will change the lives of thousands of school-age girls for the better. Nestor Lecanto explains the lasting impact of the Period Poverty Act of 2021.
Governor Leon Guerrero's signature capped a 7-year effort by the Guam Youth Congress to get their adult counterparts to recognize what they knew would be a life-changing measure for so many of their classmates. Youth Speaker Stephanie Lorenzo says it's a direct result of social advocacy and action by youth leaders past and present.
Access to these menstrual products is a right. Feeling clean, confident, and capable during their menstrual cycle is a necessity. The passage of this bill showcases Guam's role as a leader in lawmaking, as we now join states such as California, Illinois, New Hampshire, and Virginia, who all have legislation in place that provides menstrual products to their public school students.
The Period Poverty Act, sponsored by Senator Amanda Shelton at the request of the Youth Congress, requires all schools to provide and stock free female menstrual products for students who can't afford them. Vanji Cepeda, chairperson of the Guam Academy Charter School, says it's a shame it took 7 years.
Every young woman needs to be provided the dignity to have this available in the school. Something as easy and as small as this enhances them and encourages them to go to school and not have to make this be an obstacle. When this bill was discussed, you'll be amazed how many of them said, "Come on, Ms. Cepeda. You're serious? We can use the money to do something more useful." I said, "You don't have a problem with it because you can provide that to your daughter." But how many of those that are not able to do that? Why should they be stifled, or why should they not go to school because their dignity is taken away?
To the thousands of our island students that this law will benefit, this is our commitment to you and your future, since now the days wondering if you'll get through your next class are behind you.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
While on a trip to the mainland, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez could meet with officials from the U.S. Department of Education this coming January, during which time they're expected to discuss the high-risk grantee status. In an interview with KUAM, Guam Education Board Chairman Mark Mendiola says that with the progress made in the last few years, they are now ready to remove the third-party fiduciary agent.
With the high-risk status, we've been on it for quite some time. Since I've been on board, about 4.5 years. We've made significant improvements. When I came on board, we were spending like $5 million to pay for a third-party fiduciary to come in and oversee how we spend our federal dollars. I want to report to our community that we've been able to shave that down to about $2.2 million. And so the commitment is that they're going to come out next year around the June time to do a final review, hopefully, to basically tell us that we are going to be, and they're going to check our work. And, and if we do what we say we're going to do and we got it in order, then we can take that $2.2 million and put it back into the classroom, and we'll finally be rid ourselves off of this oversight.
Fernandez told KUAM News some timelines have been set to hopefully remove the third-party fiduciary oversight before the summer during a meeting with Senior Advisor Chris Soto, the Office of the Secretary of U.S. DOE. And finally, it may have taken 6 months to come to fruition, but a generous and stylish donation from a family-owned company to frontliners and healthcare staff comes just in time for Christmas.
Royal International Corporation, which currently oversees the Coach and Cole Haan boutiques at the Plaza in Tumon, celebrates their 50th anniversary this year. And General Manager Yoshi Hishikawa says as a result of the COVID pandemic, any celebration to mark such an occasion wasn't possible, especially since the stores were closed for much of the time. But Hishikawa still wanted to do something special.
Since we've been very fortunate, even
due to the economic hardship, we wanted to do something for the community, to give back to the community as a thank you for letting us be in business for 50 years here. And then we wanted to reach it out to the frontliners and the healthcare staff, especially after these almost 2 years of being in a pandemic. So their dedication and commitment to the community, so we wanted to do something back.
That's something special? A generous donation of Coach products to the Guam Memorial Hospital and the Guam Medical Association. 439 pieces that range from small accessories to large leather goods to GMH, valued at a little over $70,000, and 420 pieces valued at about $79,000 went to GMA. To ensure the donation got into the hands of the healthcare workers, he reached out to the GMH Volunteers Association, known as the Pink Ladies. Current President Christine Calvo.
What a wonderful way to celebrate the gift-giving season. It's not something he thought of last week. It's been ongoing. The people at the hospital are on everybody's minds because of what has been happening in the past 2 years.
The idea for the donation came back in July. Corporate approval took some time, but for the lucky frontliners, it was well worth the wait. Now, Calvo says there are close to 1,500 employees at GMH, so a committee will be doing an electronic raffle among staff, but they are beyond grateful for such a donation.
I hope everyone stays safe and healthy during this holiday season. We just wanted to do something for the community as well, so that's why we did what we did, I guess. I didn't think I was going to get a publicity like this. As you can tell, I'm not used to this kind of stuff, but yeah, just a thank you for the community as well. I mean, even though majority of our, consumer base may be tourists, but, we are part of the community, so.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
That's going to do it for your Link News Update. Let's go back to the rest of the show with your headlines in Zomoto.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, good job, me. Thanks a lot for that report. And now let's go to the newsroom, or the KUM News Zoom room. So I'm getting confused which room we're in. Where Landon Idlet has joined us, and we're going to get your work week weather forecast, but also he is going to finally show off his amazing array of holiday lights and is displayed more than 10,000 strong. And Landon is actually joining us from his home. Landon, I would say thank you for just doing this. I'm loving the creativity. I'm loving the commitment to your craft and opening up your home to us, but probably from a employment standpoint, not the smartest thing to do to call in, play hooky from work while your superiors may be watching. Just saying.
Oh, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. It's all fun and weather.
Well,
and
we're all working remotely these days, so like it's all good.
Yeah, that is definitely the rule of thumb for the last 2 years. It's all telework and remote operations. So it is what it is. And so we were supposed to show my house last week, but I was already at the office that morning, and so I wasn't able to show up. And I remember back a couple weeks ago, I was off island for a couple weeks, and that was supposed to be 2 weeks of vacation here on island. That I was supposed to string up several thousand more lights. And so I still have probably 6,000 LED lights still in the box upstairs because I did not have the chance to put them up because of that work trip off island. So I am way behind the game with Christmas decorations. Hopefully next year I will get more. But behind me, this is going to be a project that you're going to hear a lot more about sometime in 2022, our Lincoln Law collection. Remember, we had them built up stairs in my house. Last year, we had our friends come up and put up displays. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of these in 2022 with the big project my brother and I will be taking care of. So let me.
I grew up on Lincoln Logs, bro. You had me at Lincoln Logs.
Yeah, this is our
at that
childhood toys that we had, and so we still have so many more blocks to throw up here, but we just ran out of time this year. But it was supposed to go all the way up the stairway, but we have we created a new way to design these things with some wood blocks that we got from Home Depot, which now that it has been a successful first build, I can't imagine the things that we can come up with and build in the future with these blocks. So again, this is going to be a big project that we're going to come in the next year, and we'll be putting out a lot of information about that in the months to come. But yeah, this is our my display this year, and I have an unfinished Christmas tree here that I just did not get to finished decorating some.
I gotta say,
ornaments.
you've got structural engineers the world over just salivating right now when they saw that Lincoln Log structure.
Oh, just wait till you see the things to come next year. Brandon and I, we are very excited to embark on this project. We're going to be working with some people in the community to make this big and see what we can build with it. But we have another shipment of blocks in that we want to increase our numbers with.
Now I must ask, because like I've done a couple of Lincoln Log projects, like nowhere near on the scale that you and Brandon are doing, but are you actually binding those together like with glue or with like with some sort of bonding material, or are you literally just like building them like up and the structure supports itself?
It's all freestanding, so
wow,
just take it off and it's good to go. So these are all just placed in position, and so if we have an earthquake, it'll all come tumbling down. But we did have knock on wood.
Pun intended. Knock on Lincoln Logs.
Yeah, we had a 17-foot tower on this stairway a few months ago, and we did have a couple little trembles, but luckily the tower stood firm and did not collapse. So that's the good news. That was one of our tests. And then, of course, the more traditional Christmas tree over here in the corner. This is just a 9-footer. If I had more ceiling space, I'd like to go a full 12 feet, but we just don't have the ceiling space in here. But that was it. It's a little bit scaled back for my liking for Christmas, but it is what it is. It's just been one heck of a busy year.
Very nice. And it's worth noting that you and your brother have said that, and you guys aren't flexing, you guys aren't showing off, but you have more than 10,000 lights throughout your house, and yet your power bill went down because you were really advocating the use of LED lights. And we've heard the Power Authority, we've heard, people that are energy conscious and everything. They say, bravo, man, that's a wonderful case study for how you can actually save power and have these crazy holiday displays.
Yeah, we definitely had a lot more of the traditional bulbs that we had in the States when we lived over there some 15 years ago. We would splurge and buy the lot of blocks out of Walmart the day after Christmas when they go on like 90% sale. But now we're starting to make that transition to LED lights. They shine a lot more brilliant. And the advantage is when you're going outside, you often don't have too many power outlets on your house outside. You can put about 30 strings of these end to end on one outlet. So that's going to open up a lot of capability. And so, like I said, I have a lot of LED lights in the boxes upstairs ready to go for next year. I just have to take a week of leave, not in December, but probably 1 or 2 weeks around Thanksgiving next year just to get it all up. And of course, that would be the year that we have a big storm in December. So we'll hope that does not happen.
I'm just amazed at the meticulousness and the craftsmanship that look at the way like the Lincoln Logs wind around, like the handrail, and that. God,
yeah,
that's
was
very
the tough
intricate.
Part.
That's and I say that with with immense respect. I mean, it takes a lot of planning and it takes a very delicate touch to get this done.
Yeah, it was a lot of planning, a lot of delicate touch, and of course, bridging these two towers together in the top. There's a little bit of a gap, and I ran out of time to build it, but I would like to go on up. Next year, we probably need a hotel space. If a hotel wants to take on these logs, and we're going to have a lot more, the things that we can build if we have the airspace.
I'm sure they'll be lining up.
We'll rival the Hilton trains. We'll see what happens over there.
And you even said that you live on NCS Road, but again, with your power bill being as low as it is, I don't exactly think like you're sucking up all the power from Camp Blas just down the road and everything like that. So good on you, man.
Yeah, and my neighbors, the Filipinos, they have a ton of lights. And so I'm surrounded by neighbors on both sides of my house, and they have a phenomenal Christmas display set up. And so...
Yeah, Joe Sir's doing a happy dance when you said that.
Kudos to them. Yeah, they did a phenomenal job up here at NCS. So if you ride by on the way to the Marine Corps base, you'll see all the lights just off of Route 3, and it's a good display. So, yeah. Next year, I hope to have a lot more time to put them up. So let me go to the weather right now, and it's really not that frightful outside for us. We're out of this season for all the weather outside is frightful, but in Palau, it's a little noisy out there. So here's Palau right there in this yellow circle. They are getting pounded with heavy showers and thunderstorms this morning. It's part of a near equatorial trough that extends right across Palau. Nothing significant as far as tropical cyclone development, but that trough is sitting just out there. Let me boldened this just a little bit. That trough is like right across here, across clouds, generating showers and thunderstorms. But elsewhere across the region, not so bad. Guam is right here. We are in a little area of fair weather, just some small stratocumulus clouds and some spotty light showers at best. We're not talking about any major rainfall across the region this morning. Right now, our observations out of the northeast at 10 miles per hour. And overall dry with just some patchy clouds right about 4,000 to 5,000 feet up in the atmosphere. This is going to zoom right on by. We do have a lot more action down south, and this is that convergence area of stronger winds to the north. There's stronger trade winds barreling down, and the lighter trade winds to the south. Pretty dry across Micronesia, but to our north, we do have this boundary. This is a shear line, an old cold frontal system. And we're going to see these winds pack down, punching down across the shear line, and then moving off. This shear line will drop gradually southward closer to us, but it may not reach as it fades away. And that's going to be the main theme for this week. The other main theme is breezy. The winds are not that bad this morning at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Those winds will increase today. We're going to go to the polar orbiting satellite, showing those winds. Guam is just off here to the left. But to our east, we have a pocket of stronger trade winds, and there's a high pressure to our north builds just east of Japan. That's going to strengthen these trade winds across the region, and that's going to be the theme for this evening as we go through the day. The winds will pick up this afternoon, and then again Tuesday night. So we're going to be looking at 20 to 25 knot winds developing tonight and tomorrow, and then becoming possibly 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, almost near gale force over the open waters. That'll be Wednesday and Thursday, but again, this will not be associated with any major weather. We're not looking at any rainfall impacts this week. It's just very much dry. It's a strong trade wind pattern across the region. The other thing that we have to look out for, there is a high risk of rip currents across east-facing reefs of the Mariana Islands. Let me pull up that map. Where are we? Stand by. Yeah, we do have a high risk of rip currents along east-facing reefs. There we go. Pardon me, I'm on multiple browsers. That's going to continue through this afternoon with those large waves and trade wind swell. Story of my life. Yeah. And so anywhere like Paget Point, Marble Cave, Pago Bay, anywhere southward, Jeff's Parisville, Telepopo Bay, be careful along there. We're not talking about a high surf advisory. That would be 12 feet and higher for east-facing reefs. But for 9-foot surf, we're looking at a high risk of rip currents. It's going to continue through this afternoon. It's going to subside just a little bit tonight, but as those winds start punching in later tonight and then tomorrow, we could see the high risk of rip currents increase again tomorrow, and then also spreading to north and west-facing reefs as we do have a northwest swell coming up. So I'm going to show you the Ipan buoy. The surf did peak up just a bit yesterday and the day before with that trade wind swell. And again, this is just showing you part of the picture. This is the east-facing reefs only. There is a northwest swell that will be punching in from that behind that shear line boundary to our north. That's going to increase seas to near advisory levels. So that's around 10-foot combined seas in the open waters. That'll be reaching those levels probably Tuesday afternoon. So watch out. Season surf will be building Tuesday night into Wednesday as the winds increase across the region. And again, no major weather impacts expected for the week ahead, but it's going to be breezy out there. So watch out, especially if you have marine interests, if you're going to be out on the water beyond Tuesday afternoon. The season surf will be building to advisory levels for open waters and the surf.
Okay, and then looking more towards, like, of course, you and your brother did a fantastic job telling us what, Christmas Eve was going to be like, and then Christmas Day. Absolutely gorgeous weather, like a little bit on the cooler side, but still sunny, so it was a great time to get outside.
Yeah.
Heading into New Year's Day, which tends to be a time when people go to the parks, they hang out at the beach, they do stuff outside and everything like that. Like, are we seeing any chance of scattered showers or anything that we have to be concerned about?
No, right now, New Year's Day looks pretty good. And remember, it was very nice on Christmas Eve, and somebody stopped me at Home Depot. I was like, this weather, what do you think about it? I say, well, it's frightful out there. It's off and on showers, not a deluge, but it's just frequent light showers, enough to get things wet and moves on off, dries off, and then another shower. We're going to be seeing a little bit drier than that. So below an inch of rain over the next 10 days is what some of the models are showing. So New Year's Day looks good, but keep in mind with the strong winds and the lack of rainfall, our fire weather danger has increased to moderate in the last couple of weeks. And we may be skirting with high fire danger by end of the week with the strong winds and the dry conditions. So keep that in mind. Remember, we were talking about a week or two ago about breaking 100 inches of rainfall for the year. We have not reached that. Even with all the showers we had on Christmas Eve, it was just very little rainfall. We're sitting at 99.87 inches for the year. Will we get 100 inches for the year? We're running out of time.
And of course, probably a third of that came in October.
That's correct. So that was our wet month for the year, 27 inches.
Jeez. Well, we can hope and everything like that, but you guys, I mean, you guys have yet to be wrong yet. You guys are pretty much batting 1,000 over there at the NWS with keeping us apprised of, what the weather's
we
gonna
keep
be.
a close watch on things.
Yeah. Well, I do want to read a couple comments, like about the, and if you would, if you can swing around and show us like that amazing Lincoln Log display, because people are saying like amazing display, beautiful lights. Samantha Baker, this is a good one. You'll appreciate this, Landon, like as a craftsman, right? She goes, Japan's temples are built like that, so I think they are supposed to withstand earthquakes, and that's very, very beautiful. That's an interesting note about the pagodas and how they're actually erected.
I've never thought about looking at the architectural build of pagodas, but I think there is something to be said, especially in the earthquake-prone region of Japan. So maybe I should inquire about that. Again, back in September, my brother and I we had a 17-foot tower, prototype tower, just to test some capabilities on the stairway, and it went all the way up to the ceiling in here. And that thing was absolutely solid. It took me about 45 minutes to tear it down. I expected 10 minutes tops. 45 minutes to break it all down because it was just that solid. So that is a good indication. Of course, we're packing some serious weight when these blocks are stacked on top. So we want to make sure these columns are enough to sustain it. You can wobble it and stuff.
No. Now you're making me nervous. Like I've lost many a game of Jenga doing what you just did. So like my blood pressure's going up when you did that.
Yeah, you get a feel for it after a while, and so we're excited. 2022 again, we're going to be embarking on a major project with these Linkalogs. So we'll be reaching out to KUAM News to help us get the word out once Brandon and I are ready to hone in on this project.
Well,
so
you can count on
late
us.
Spring or summer. Yes.
How many logs are there? Those, by the way? How many have you got up right now?
Oh my gosh, I don't have a good count of it. It's probably approaching 20,000 blocks, but I have so many more upstairs.
Sounds about
right. I also
right.
have more blocks over here in the corner of my dining room, all packaged. So we have so many more blocks, and we'll probably make a couple more orders before it's all said and done to reach our goals. Because, when it comes to dialects, you go big or go home.
Yeah. Where do you buy your Lincoln Logs? We were talking about toys earlier, Chris and I on the show and everything. So are you able to actually buy like in bulk, or are you just buying like the regular size and you buy like 25 of those?
You can buy them off of Amazon by the case. They have different case sizes, whether it's like 100 pieces to a case or 450, 250, or 700 for a case. We're buying from a company called Tumbletree Timbers, and it's compatible with Linkalog. So we have Linkalog spanning multiple generations. We grew up with Linkalogs from our aunt and uncle that they had back in the 60s and 70s. And then we've got some through JCPenney department store and also Sears when they used to sell them in their annual Christmas catalog. That was the only thing we ever asked for Christmas growing up through elementary school, and we still do.
So this in itself is a Aidlet family heirloom. This is part of your heritage right there. That's wonderful.
That's correct. And so we've made a lot of purchases off of eBay in the last year, buying blocks that are probably from the 1950s, 1940s, blocks that we've not seen that type of construction and cut before. So it's really cool to touch all these different blocks and see the different colors and the styles and the textures that have been built through the years, and that they, for the most part, they actually build and work together. So these are all Tumbletree Timbers. We don't have any of the more traditional genuine Linkalog blocks. They're upstairs still in box. I'm trying to keep them all segregated for building purposes, but we will bring them all together in due time.
You know what? We got a couple more minutes here, but I'll tell you what, I'll do you one better, because when we do the story with you and when we collab on this idea, which I'm really looking forward to, I'm going to reach out to some people that Chris and I know, and we can see if we can have maybe contribute a couple logs that are actually made of like local wood, like Chonkanitsu,
oh my gosh. Oh, that would be incredible.
Add to the holiday collection and everything like that. That would be our present to you. Because it's clear where your stimulus checks went. You're buying nothing but Lincoln Logs.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that, especially some EFIT wood blocks. That would be astonishing.
And you can put those
I
ones on the
love-
bottom, like Samantha said, and that'll make a great foundation.
Isn't that the truth? I always hear the strength and integrity of it, if it would.
Yeah.
So that would be amazing. I would appreciate that.
Absolutely. We'll get it done, man.
Awesome, Jason. Thank you.
All right. Now, well, thank you again for opening your home and just sharing this amazing creation. We're really looking forward to seeing where this goes.
Oh, you're very welcome. We will be talking very soon, probably in about 6 months once we are ready to roll this out.
Absolutely. So we are looking forward to June. And at least in the
Thanks,
short
Jason.
term, good weather all around. So heading into 2022, things looking pretty good.
Yep. Watch out if you're on the waters. Otherwise, the weather is not so bad out there. So.
All right, man. Have a fantastic Monday, and I guess you better get into the office.
Yeah. See you all next week. I'll be heading to the office very shortly.
All right. We'll see you next year. All right. Take
See
care,
you
buddy.
next year.
All right, Landon Adlet. Dude, again, an amazing Lincoln Log. It's like if you guys have some sort of Lincoln Log memories, like experiences, like questions and everything, throw them in the comments because absolutely fantastic. I mean, the architecture is just like mind blowing. Speaking of amazing architecture and design, Daniel Perez has a story now about UOG and art, as the Isla Center for the Arts is hosting an art exhibit showcasing the works of faculty members from the Fine Arts program up in Mingilao.
Ceramic sculptures, acrylic paintings, prints, and photographs are few of the art featured at the Faculty Biennial at the Isla Center for the Arts. Associate Professor of Art Irina Ketchkesh specializes in printmaking.
Part of my installation, there are several parts of my installation. The part that you see on the floor, actually starting from the walls and then going on the floor and then dissolving in that space over there, is called River, and it's printed, hand-printed lino cuts on a very thin fabric. I called it River because it symbolizes the flow of life, but also altogether the installation symbolizes the space of liminality, which is a space in between different stages of life or transitory ephemeral space, and it reflects as well this time we are living in and adjusting to function and conduct our lives in the time of pandemic.
Professor Rick Castro shared what his art and art style mean.
The work that you see here is sort of a return to my abstracts, my most personal painting style. And you mentioned Jackson Pollock. As a matter of fact, that's one of my favorite artists and one of the biggest influences in my painting style. So what we see here is more or less anamorphic forms that you see in addition to some gestural painting, utilizing and emphasizing movement and not just color. This is, in essence, to create more of a dialogue with my audience so they can take a look at it and give their own interpretation of what they think they're seeing.
The sculptures and ceramics are the first things you see when walking into the exhibit, created by Professor Louis Rifkowitz.
On my left here, I have a series of plates that really deal with the elements of glaze and how they melt in the kiln. When we work with ceramics, we use fire, and heat. And ceramics is clay. We dig it out of the earth, we form it, and then what we're going to do is sort of decorate it. And in the decorative process, we're trying to make glass adhere to the clay and also color the clay. This sculpture here in the background was more an expression of, how could I say, a summer that I spent with a family member who had cancer. That's what inspired that particular piece.
This art exhibit is open until January 28th, and admission is free. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
To the world of technology we go as the UOG NASA program, or UOG's drone program, collaborated with NASA and got 12 students FAA certified as drone operators.
There were 12 University of Guam students who passed the Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA exam this semester. and now are obtaining flight hours through simulator training, internships, and missions assisting local researchers and agencies. Throughout the program sessions and training workshops, students learned about drone components and proper storage, drone operations and mechanics, various flight conditions, appropriate times and locations for flights, types of flight zones, remote-to-drone signals, and more. Dr. Leslie Aquino, the Executive Director of NASA Guam EPSCoR at UOG, says the first-time program turnout was great.
We were just really excited and really pleased at how well the students did after the knowledge portion. We had some who took it right after the course ended and they passed with flying colors.
The UOG Drone Course is the institution's first drone certification and training program for undergraduate and graduate students, staff, and faculty, which is focused on increasing education and awareness of drone technology through responsible use. It launched in April 2021 and aims to build technical capacity by creating a cadre of FAA licensed, informed, and responsible pilots through knowledge courses, training workshops, and hands-on flying opportunities. After being accepted into the program, participants must complete a 3-week preparatory knowledge course. Then students schedule their FAA Part 107B certification exam, which grants successful members a 2-year remote pilot license necessary to safely fly drones through Guam skies. Dr. Aquino shared with KUAM News the type of job opportunities that are out there for those who are FAA certified.
Anything requiring a licensed drone operator. So for us within academia, like at UOG, we could certainly use people with that expertise for our research projects requiring different types of imagery. So things like maybe we need thermal, infrared imagery. That might be something where we could hire a student or a graduate with those skills. But in the private industry, as Romina was saying, we've got several drone companies here on island who have missions that they do, that they conduct, and those would be things that our students could they could get hired there, either part-time or full-time, depending on what's available, and assist with things like taking commercial photography or commercial videography.
Now with their licenses, the students are expected to fulfill 40 hours of flight time through simulator training, internships, and missions, providing aid to UOG researchers, local government agencies, or nonprofit organizations. The hands-on experience equips the students when entering the workforce with the ability to incorporate drone technology in various sectors of the economy, including construction, environmental mapping, infrastructure inspection, and emergency services. Applications for the next Drone Corps cohort are expected to open in May 2022. The first cohort was restricted to just UOG students and employees. However, in the second cohort, priority will be given to UOG students and employees. If there are any additional slots, they will open them up to the Guam Community College students, GovGuam agencies, and the general public. Some requirements to join the program include being a U.S. citizen and 18 years of age or older. For more information, contact Keanu Fastu, Communications Coordinator of NASA Guam Space Grant, at FAUSTOK 9679 at triton.uog.edu. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Next is Jonah Goncharfers shows you in this very heartwarming and touching story. An 11-year-old girl showed us the true meaning of Christmas and how it's better to give than to receive.
Having a birthday so close to Christmas, December 15th to be exact, you'd think the concern would be if you're going to get one big present or two small presents. But that wasn't what Aria Ujoa was thinking.
Christmas is all about giving. That's more important than receiving.
So for her birthday party, the 6th grade FB Leon Guerrero Middle School student asked that instead of gifts for her, that guests bring much-needed toiletries such as shampoo and soaps that would benefit those in need.
I was taught that there are other kids that don't have stuff that my sister and I have. My birthday's 10 days before Christmas, so I think it would be a nice thing to do.
On Monday, Aria, along with their parents, CJ and Rin Lazama, pulled a wagon full of items to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's office. The donation will benefit Togi, just one of the many nonprofit organizations their office has been supporting this year. Togi, which translates to Stand Up or Rise in Samoru, is about offering optimal quality of wellness for all and serves as a peer support network for people in recovery.
Our only hope and our wish for this is that we can inspire others to do the same. Give back what you can, you don't have to give back so much, but any little thing, and when it comes from so many people, it becomes so much.
Here's hoping a simple act of kindness creates a ripple effect. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonah Goncharfers.
Let's do some local headlines now in our native tongue, as Uncle King Conception has your Chamorro News Update brought to you by First Hawaiian.
Buenas tardes to get some to be from Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Ma-report ni Joint Information Center na 5 na tao man ma-hospital sa maninaji ni COVID-19. 2 sa gaya gi ICU. Gi 5 ni man ma-admiti, 4 sa esta man mabakuna, sa 1 sa ayi ti mabagkukuna. Departamento sa Salud Publiko dyan sa Bisyon Sosyal sa ma-report loki na 1 positibo na kausa, gi 50 ni man ma-test para COVID-19, gi 24 gi Disembre. Pumalo siya na resito gini clinic siya so para ma-report pag na dia. Disti tinituhon niya ipesti 19,432 sa maninaji ni COVID, 270 sa Mampinino, 249 sa man ma-isolate, sa 18,913 sa timan ma-isolate. Ito na Guam CAR na grado sa 1.0. Mas artikulo, makonfirma ni Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation iminat 9 des na pinaytay COVID-19 entry in Norte Marianas. Mas informasyon sa manananggay gidispuan sa tempo. Ma-report lo kay 34 nuevo na kausa, kininiman maadu, sa niman buweta, numan mates gi 24 gi Disembre. Sigon ni CHCC gi 34 na kausang COVID, 14 sa man ma-identifika through the contact tracing, 14 man ma-identifika gi na man mates gi komunidad, sa sai sa man ma-identifika entry man mates sa Porofan Bueta. Esta pagod 12 man ma-hospital, sa putodo 740 na man active na kausa siya. Ipotodo na tinifong disti Marso na mes gimapos na sakan sa 2,853 na kausa. 2,562 guihi na kausa sa ma-identifika disti 28 gi Oktubre. Masasunto, matutatigi isla di USS Carl Vinson na aircraft carrier. Masya tawza manunsya Fudmano in Navy. Lami kay maliin ni tawtawta ni Aji Nimitz class na barkong gera ani ay Houthi Naval Station para fambisita. Iguam Chamber of Commerce sa manunsyo gi membro niya nagwadang kulo na barko para fatumagi para uporgi iguini. Disti 23 gi Disembre ista 28. Masangan lo kay nagwaha siya gi Aji kasi 5,000 na crew sa Porofan Liberty para fanhusing entry islata at sumilong dyan ni celebration ni Christmas. USS Carl Vinson ni udupusi zonya port sa San Diego sa Manistaba Hagwini gisagwahan gin November na mes. Sigo ni matugi ni US Naval Institute News isang na strike group sa man ma-deploy guwate gi Western Pacific desta man afunazan sa bilateral na training exercise sa ni Royal Australian Navy and Air Force. Yuto man asunto para pago na Lunes gin ni KUAM News kifinot sa Moro. Imahormatag si Johnny Kinata sa mamamasin na judo gin ni publiko pero makisoda hadito siya na tawtaw man responsabli pwede malabidang vandalism giza Fort Soledad. Lingya si Kinata ni uno gihol lanero ni opisina ni Mahod matugato guihi pero fanhoka basula hari para pinenteng graffiti giligan ni Kembon sa ni Fort mismo. Asangan si Kinata na maplanen niya opisina niya na pero marekla ta pero mapenta di nuevo lugar at ititinituhin ni nuevo na sakan. Kumuguan informasyon mo padesti por favor agang opisina ni Miod gisay 71-829-40-482-51 para Guam News Network, Guam Sikin Conception. Yasuto yung finut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Dueñas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Get
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into the link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on the link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
My favorite Christmas memories? Saying the Novena and singing all the Novena songs. It doesn't get any more Christmas than that.
I'm going to always remember Christmas in Germany, you know, being from the islands and seeing the snow for the first time. Always going to be a real good memory of mine.
Hafagay Tauto Guam. This is Lucy Joseph Blossom family wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas!
Far away from home, but not from our hearts. The following special season's greetings from our troops overseas and around the world for you at home.
Happy holidays, Guam. We'll see you all next year.
These special season's greetings from our troops are brought to you locally by the station bringing families together, KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Häagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglotnia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
With Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I don't go to Tumon Bay. I outgrew my circus days. I just love the east side ways. I don't wanna go to town. I don't like to drive so far. There's no place to park your car. I don't drink martinis, don't smoke cigars. I don't wanna go to town, just feel the breeze and the sun. I'm with my friends when the work is done. Relax in the shade. We're easy to please. We're hanging around and we're slowing way down. And we don't want to go to town. To you, a 4-star hotel with a view.
Hey, good morning.
Just a backyard barbecue. I don't want to go to town. Paradise isn't found or lost. You pay the price, then check the cost.
There we go. Yeah, Jay, good morning.
Look what the cat dragged in, you guys.
Yes. Tomas Maglotnia.
Nice to see you guys. Nice to be back.
Isn't there like a quarantine or something for people from the NMI coming traveling in? Because there's
all right, don't pull that with me.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, you know, it's the Omicron variant.
You realize he can't literally like reach out and like smack you now.
You can reach out and smack me
from
6 feet away.
Jason's messaging me that I wasn't within striking distance.
Yeah. I was on WhatsApp, I talk so much smack to Tomas.
Let's hold on a second, guys. It's 9 o'clock, KUAM FM, Agani Guam. The Breeze, the link, we're on Facebook Live. Tomas Maglotnia was dispatched to the CNMI. I like that. He was dispatched to the CNMI. To cover, well, we sent him out there because, I don't know if you'd heard, there's this whole thing going on with their governor, and that was that. But then a surge hit, and not just any surge. This is really the first big wave.
The first big wave. And we were in studio here interviewing the public health official, Esther Muña, when she was talking about the first cases, and they thought it was all contained.
Yeah.
They did all the contact tracing.
This, and just to back it up a little bit, Kyle and Juvenile, this wave started with someone from Guam. It was an essential worker. I believe it was like a bank worker is what I heard. And some type IT person. And they were, so the essential workers, they get a pass on the quarantine, but they're supposed to just go to work and back, right?
Chris, at that time we were talking about a handful of cases. Since then, since October 28, 2,602 cases.
Yeah.
In a matter of weeks.
Yes.
And
I just wanted to reiterate that it was Guam that started it.
Well, the findings weren't official, or
they don't want to say it.
They're deciding to move on.
They don't want to say it because of inter-island relations, but I'm just going to give it to you guys straight. We brought this on the CNMI, and it's terrible.
Well, I mean, if you just look at the port of entries, right? Travel protocols and things of that nature, it was bound to happen. I think one of the other officials told us.
No, but it wasn't bound to happen. I mean, if the guy was like going around to bars, he was going to parties, and that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like, you're representing Guahan when you go over there to the NMI. Like, carry yourself, with just a little more chamorro-ness, if you will.
Inafamalek does not apply only when you're within our time zone.
Yeah, and so this guy...
You carry that with you everywhere you go.
This guy skated into the CNMI, he got the essential worker pass, and then he was out at the bar, and he was going to go to a party, they said, right, when they ended up interviewing him.
That full interview and story is on our YouTube channel.
It's all been reported, guys. Yeah, I'm just filling in the blanks for you guys. So shame on us, as you were saying, Tomas.
I was not saying that,
no.
but unfortunately, the surge continues in the CNMI. As Chris was saying, this is the first surge for the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. And unfortunately, over the weekend as well, 3 deaths were reported by the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. We're learning that, unfortunately, all of these individuals were unvaccinated. So that those reports coming from the 9th, 10th, and 11th COVID-19 related fatalities. And just to put this into perspective also for our viewers, as Chris was mentioning about the October 28 origin of this surge, since October 28, I believe there's been about 8 deaths in that matter of time. In addition, I wanted to provide the latest numbers from the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. They report 40 new cases last night, 10 hospitalizations now, 698 active cases, and 1,896 recoveries. They also report now a total of 11 deaths, and the total cases, 2,893. Again, a vast majority of that coming from the community, 2,588 from the community, and 305 from travel. And also wanted to share a bit of news out of the CNMI public school system. They're expected to open a week from today in the CNMI. About 10,000 students will be returning to in-person learning across Saipan, Tinian, and Rota. The latest report from the CNMI public school system notes that about 70% vaccination rate for eligible school children and students across the public school system. We're going to have a full report tonight on primetime on a status report on COVID-19 in the CNMI. But if you can take a look at your screen there, those are the list of high schools and middle schools and with eligible students who can get vaccinated. A vast majority of them have a 70% vaccination rate, and for the middle schools, they're just hovering around 50% to 69%. So that's some of the latest with regards to COVID-19 and in the CNMI, Chris.
Thank you, Tomas. Let's chat it up a little bit about the Omicron variant. So this surge in NMI, is there any determination about whether it's Delta or Alpha brand of the COVID, or is it the Omicron?
Yeah, the latest testing that came back indicated that it is the Delta variant. So when this surge first began, because of how it spread, and we were just talking about the epidemiologist Stephanie Cornell-Lilly, who they said it was likely that it was Delta, and so then we were reporting on the likelihood of it. But as of last week, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation did confirm that it is the Delta spread that is driving this latest surge. And as we all know, here on Guam and in the NMI, it takes a long time to get our results back for the variant, to identify the variants.
Yeah, but we were talking offline about just the status of Omicron, and I'm going to be honest with you guys. I know I feel a little bit ashamed because I am in the media. I've been reading just a little on Omicron, but about the week before Christmas, I made a conscious decision to just not read anything about Omicron or COVID nationally.
Smart man.
Because I just wanted to, have like Christmas vibes. So sue me. So yeah, I haven't been paying attention, but apparently it's ramped up very crazily.
Yeah, 73% of cases in the United States, at least 73% are Omicron cases. Yeah. And that's a vast shift from the 99% of Delta cases we used to have.
Yeah.
I remember in a news chat, someone sent something about the Delta variant, and you're like, oh yeah, it's 99% of the cases. And then the next day it shifted to, Omicron, 73%.
Yeah.
And so, of course, when this news first broke, we learned that it's going to take a while. And so each week we're learning something new. Fortunately, I think what we're seeing, right, based on the initial reports, is that if you're vaccinated, you have mild symptoms. And so, again, the messaging remains the same. No matter how many days go by, the messaging remains the same. I think they added 3 C's in addition to the 3 W's, but I need to learn the 3 C's.
What are they?
3 W's is what you should do, and 3 C's are what you shouldn't do. I think it has to do with, like, don't get in close contact with anyone. I need to.
So there's a new thing? Is that CDC?
Yes, it is. It is. I saw new messaging out of CDC on that, and I know that folks, public health officials over in the CNMI are starting to push that. Not only 3 W's, but 3 C's.
Avoid the 3 C's. Closed spaces with poor ventilation, crowded places with many people nearby, close contact settings such as close range conversations.
I was looking at that. I was like, isn't that a check mark for a Christmas or a holiday gathering?
Yeah, so, but I mean, we can do all these things given the restrictions that we're under, so that's a little conflicting.
Yeah, well, in the CNMI, there are basically no restrictions. So
right, yeah.
This is why they're...
We had the same thing on Guam. They had basically this target, the unvaccinated thing, and the Delta surge ran through our Manamco, you know what I mean? So as we sit here and, pat ourselves on the back about what a great Christmas we had, what about all those people who lost somebody this year, whether it was COVID or not, who celebrated the first Christmas without that loved one in their family? I mean, we're talking about hundreds of people. It's not just a couple. Right?
I mean, the CNMI, Christmas weekend, 3 lives. There are 3 people that are no longer with us.
Yeah, on the day of Christmas, as I was winding down with my family, we gathered safely, 3 C's and all that. I got the notification of 2 deaths around 10 p.m. on Christmas Day, and I think one thing that Esther Muñoz always reminds us is that because of the nature of COVID, these folks are dying alone, right? They're dying alone. So hopefully hospitalizations are, continuing to rise. We're making use of the alternate care site on Saipan, which is the extension of the hospital. We reported from there before, but still a lot ahead of us, and this COVID fatigue couldn't be more real for everyone else. So.
Yeah, what is the occupancy like as far as what percentage of it is full right now of the alternate site?
I think last we heard about 10 or 12 beds were used of the 30, and then another 10 at the hospital. So I know there are some concerns of folks saying why aren't all of the patients being put into the alternate care site, which was built for that purpose for COVID, and why are some patients being put in the hospital? The response we got was because the hospital is the best place to get care, and so if you're able to use the hospital, you should use the hospital. But other folks being concerned, given that obviously COVID is not the only thing that exists in terms of health right now, and so people having to go into the hospital, and just hearing about a possible frontliner too at the hospital who tested positive, and as a result, the contact tracing continues there with whoever they might have seen or treated that day.
Have you heard anything in your many discussions with CEO Esther Muñoz if the amount of people coming into the ER, for non-COVID situations and everything, has that subsided, with the restrictions? Because people are still gonna twist ankles, expectant mothers are going to go into labor, people are going to have, heart attacks, appendicitis and everything like that. That's expected. But has that kind of like slowed a little?
No, we haven't heard anything of that nature yet. But that's a good question and something to follow up on. I feel that when you're in a surge, people might be reluctant, and that's what the data shows. People are reluctant to go into the hospital. I mean, let alone when there's no surge, we're already reluctant to go to a hospital. We'll get the latest on that. I think the biggest concern too, heading into the new year, is the reopening of schools in the CNMI. That survey that we reported on just a week ago or 2 weeks ago showed a split down the line with parents and students. Basically 50-50 on wanting to return and wanting not to return. And then you hear of the Omicron virus, which is only going to drive things given that we've had gatherings in the last few days. But I think the message, again, if you're vaccinated, you should be safe.
And Dr. Hoa always says when you have like a big event, it usually takes a week and a half, 2 weeks until you kind of see if there is any result from
Remember, guys, I told you Dr. Hoa, he's in Florida right now visiting his brother for the holidays, but he messaged me right after the beginning of the show this morning, and he messaged that news article about the Hawaii cases, and then he said, "Be ready for January 2022. Be safe, my friend." Yeah, thanks, Doc.
And he said, I'm glad you brought up his brother, because he said his brother actually runs a hospital, I believe, in Pensacola.
Somewhere, yeah.
He's in charge of a hospital as well. So he's also got at least by association a feel for the pulse of Florida, which was at one point considered the epicenter of coronavirus in the world.
I mean, one of my friends who's a reporter in Hawaii posted on Twitter 4 hours ago, Department of Health in Hawaii reports 2,205 COVID cases for Hawaii in one day. And this isn't even the record. The record was set about 2 or 3 days ago. With
what's interesting
more than that
about Hawaii too is
so the record wasn't set during the first
it was
wave
set
of the pandemic.
with Omicron.
Yeah, crazy.
Now Hawaii isn't completely shut down, and they're I've seen some friends I have in Hawaii. They've had
you got friends in Hawaii.
They've had
you start singing your song, Chris?
Yeah.
They've had road races, I've seen pictures of people Merry Christmas, Melikilikimaka, and they're conducting life a little bit more liberal than we are.
Yeah,
and that's what everybody.
What do you mean we're more liberal? We're open, dude. Everyone's doing whatever.
No, but everybody on Guam still tends to wear the mask wherever you go.
Yeah, because there's a mandate in place.
Yeah, a lot of places don't have that.
Yeah,
and we're also seeing in the Solomon Islands first 2 new cases of COVID ever in the Solomon Islands. And then just a few weeks ago, Pohnpei had a scare, but it was found out to be a false positive in the FSM. So thankfully, that's good news. We did, Joan Aguncharfris, our producer, reached out, and we reached out to the FSM government too to check in on these positives. And so we're starting to see places like Saipan, which, quote unquote, was a COVID safe haven of sorts.
Yeah.
Now in the Solomon Islands, it's first 2 cases.
Yeah, we're all standing on shaky ground.
We are.
And I also know some, everyone's here for break. There are some colleges, universities, and educational programs that are shifting back to virtual.
All of them, basically.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
So have you kept in touch with all your friends at Stanford? I'm sure you have.
They're back online. Everyone's back online.
So I feel like we're reading all this stuff all around us, but the other shoe hasn't dropped on Guam yet, which it's kind of making me nervous, right? But what can you do? Just to kind of round up some of the national stuff here. There was a quote here from a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, Dr. Amish Adalha. All of us have a date with Omicron. If you're going to interact with society, you're going to have any type of life, Omicron will be something you encounter. And the best way you can encounter this is to be fully vaxxed. And then Washington, D.C., the mayor declared a state of emergency and reinstated an indoor mask order lifted a month ago. The mandate goes into effect Tuesday and runs through January. The city is facing its highest daily infection total since the pandemic began. And then they were also talking about canceling the ball drop for Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I think that might just require actually like a booster shot of some sort. A booster shot.
Got to get boosted
to attend. Yeah, I think I might have some.
Hey, on this note, Jay, since we're talking about Omicron, I'm pretty sure everyone's arms are salivating. Where can they go get their jab, the booster or the vax?
Yeah, so if you want to make an appointment, you can go to tinyurl.com/VAXGuam. Remember, this is a shortened week. So from the 27th through the 30th, that's today through Thursday, you can get your shot at the University of Guam Fieldhouse. If you wish, please do so. Again, You can get that done. You can also find out if you go to tinyurl.com/COVID.
Book you a ticket.
COVID stops with me. Then you can make an appointment to get it either up here in Dededo at the Northern.
They got to
Public
change
Health
that though. COVID stops with me. Right? It's like not not working. Bad one.
And it really seems
It could.
It really seems like locally, and then it kind of filters down to us by.
I mean, I got 3 jabs in me, and COVID ain't stopped, bro. So.
Well, if you wanted to stop with you in the cinema, I also wanted to share covidtesting.chcc.health. Walk-ins are not accepted, so if you want to get tested in the cinema, that's covidtesting.chcc.health. Just wanted to put that in there.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Tomas.
As much as we talk about COVID news, also want to give people the resources to, address the problems.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it seems to be the two schools of thought are, okay, well, Omicron's going to happen. I mean, I think that's not even a possibility.
Yeah.
Or a probability right now. It's going to happen at some point, right?
Probably already happening.
So do you either conduct life as usual and we'll deal with it when it finally happens, or do we take preventive measures and just say, okay, well, we have to tighten things up like a little bit and then it's going to happen, and will we offset the effects or whatever?
I don't know, because we haven't done it. We've actually loosened our restrictions. Yeah. We've increased the gathering of limits. We have not instituted quarantine. And so as you see these other places around the world, I mean, canceling flights, that's huge. That is so big.
Yeah.
Right? But we're not doing anything. Does it make me worry? I think I ran out of worry, but yeah, it's concerning.
Yeah, I mean, the public health on Saipan just released a handbook called Living Safe with COVID.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's, I think at this point we all know it's probably going to be part of our normal life, and the shots are going to come at, yearly or whatever.
Which is what, and I was talking with somebody about this yesterday, Tomas, and this is kind of like the whole deal in a nutshell for me. It's this vaccine hate, right? It's when they came out with the vaccine, what did they say about it? They said, oh, it's the cure. That's the end of this. Right? Merry Christmas. COVID's over. That's totally not the reality. And so they never went back. They never doubled back and said, okay, we were wrong. It's the best we can do. You're going to need a booster. Instead, they doubled down on the messaging, and that just really fueled a lot of people's fire with the vaccine doubt and hesitancy and whatnot. I mean, it's not even hesitancy anymore. They're just never going to take it.
Yeah, and, lots of people looking to Israel right now in terms of this 4th shot that we might get. And the latest news on that is that a hospital in Israel is actually going to administer the 4th COVID-19 shot to 150 staff on Monday in a trial. And so I know that a lot of medical professionals are looking at that news to also see.
So when did they get the 3rd one?
Not sure. Not sure. I need to look at that. Yeah. But as always, right, when the booster first came out, we were told this is just for frontliners.
Yeah.
This is for people at higher risk, and then they expand the scope of it. And so if history is any indication, this might also be the case for this 4th one.
And then there was that deal where the Moderna guy came out and said, oh, hey, the booster works, right?
Yeah, but now we have the pills, which is, such a huge leap in this fight. And I know that
are they out or they're not yet out?
I believe the shipments are going to take a few months to make them, but they'll be here. I mean, we first heard of this a few months ago, at least here in the Mariana side.
Yeah, because mass-producing pharmaceuticals that make it to the FDA approval at a global scale is not a quick process.
Millions and millions.
It's not like making like a whole bunch of cogs like in an assembly line.
In like a year, instead of seeing all this B-roll about the needle going in the arm, which I can't stand watching. I mean, some of these nurses, and they're sticking the shot in the B-roll we have. It's like they're playing darts with people's arms. You know what I mean? They're coming in like, whoo.
Yeah, but you know what's a lot worse than that? Seeing somebody who's got
who's
got a ventilator on them in a hospital bed.
Yeah, come on. You know I'm not a COVID hater, bro. I'm just saying that maybe in a year or two, instead of that B-roll, we'll be looking at B-roll where people are popping pills. Much easier on the eyes. That's all. Okay.
I would hope so.
Tomas, the daily question.
Yeah, we're just going to do a roundup, sticking with some conversations with COVID. Last week we asked, is your family taking any precautions due to COVID-19 at your holiday gatherings? A resounding no. This person saying, we will celebrate and gather as we have for the last 2 years. That was one comment we got on our Instagram page. Another comment says, actually, yes, we will celebrate cautiously, though no details there, but they do commit to that. Another person commenting, what precautions can you possibly do? Even vaccinated or unvaccinated, you can still catch and transmit the virus. This person writes, is it about time people just learn to live with COVID and get on with life.
Yeah, I mean, that's where a lot of people are at. And look at it. I mean, if it was really that bad, public health would be on here, and they would be saying, hey, we need to do this, we need to do that. But if they can be petty enough to just blacklist this whole show, then to me it means that it must not be so bad. I mean, after all, they have a job to do. It's a pandemic. You know,
right.
So.
Yeah, and we asked people also a few days ago, how concerned are you about the Omicron variant? What questions do you have about it? One of our commenters saying, not concerned at all, quoting a Bible verse, God will satisfy me with long life and give me his salvation, #WalkByFaith. Another commenter writing, absolutely zero, it's time to move on. One person commenting with regards to Omicron, saying here, all viruses should be treated with concerns, no matter which one. The lives of our family and friends depend on each of us doing our part to keep practicing our safety protocols, keep Guam safe. It's all about our people, our island. A bit of an encouraging message there. And Chris just wanted to shift gears here in our roundup of daily questions. We asked some people what are some of their cherished family holiday traditions as we enter the new year. Melina writing, opening one Christmas gift on Christmas Eve. Another commenter saying, staying up late till Christmas Eve and eating and gathering to open presents. And I think my favorite comment, someone says that their Christmas tradition is having a bucket of KFC for dinner. Another commenter writing, Christmas Eve dinner with family. And Darlene saying the Nino Novena and family gathering on Christmas Eve. Yeah. So those are just a roundup of our daily questions. So we'll continue to post throughout the week as usual, and look forward to hearing from everyone.
Something I really enjoyed this Christmas was I got to take my 3 little kids to Christmas Mass. It was just me and the 3 little kids. We went to St. Francis. It was packed, right? I mean, it was packed. It was great. I thought it was great. The Nino Assist, they did this whole different thing where normally they, you go up and sniff the baby Jesus. Sniff the baby Jesus. Yeah. But instead they put him down, and then you went up the aisle, and Jenny Flected her bowed, and
that was weird for me, and it was weird for me waking up and not hearing the blasting music from the Nino.
Right, going around, right? Yeah, it's weird.
And so I was like, "What is it? Is it Christmas?" It didn't really feel, like a
totally. In fact,
it was weird.
On Christmas Day, I was over in Mighty, and there was I heard a bell, and right away we were like, oh no, they don't bring the baby around anymore.
Yeah, I was like, how could we have all just bowed at our door? But I don't know.
I mean, but I don't know too. It's like if we can gather in 100 people, what, we can't kiss the baby Jesus? Are you serious?
You're gonna need a lot of wipes.
Yeah, I mean, they figured out communion, so maybe for next year it'll be that way. But Christmas Mass, man, it just clearly the songs, right?
Yeah,
it's all the greatest hits of Christmas.
Yeah. Oh man, I need to send you Sinta Kaipat with the Olamoy Family Choir on Saipan sent me the full playlist that they usually play for Christmas, because we're all not able to go
that
there.
That sounds like we're gonna have something tomorrow for these guys.
Yeah, and so that was really beautiful. If you're familiar with the Kaipat's songs,
nice,
and music,
very good. So your Christmas in the NMI?
Yeah. It was a virtual mass, and but my family required everyone to get antigen tested before coming in.
What?
And required you to have a booster.
Wow.
So
good for you guys.
We're on the all of this because we have an unvaccinated toddler in our family because they're ineligible. So
yeah. And that's what I found is a lot of families, whether they had the big parts of them that just aren't vaccinated on Guam, made allowances. So I don't know of any gathering where people were like, oh, if you don't have a negative test, you ain't coming in. It was more like, okay, this many people are unvaxxed, so we got to change our plans. Maybe we do this or that or whatever. So
actually, I know a few families, and I'm distantly related to one of them, and they basically said, if you want to come to our Christmas gathering, we're still limiting it to 45 people, like max or something like that. You have to show your vaccination card to get into a family party.
Wow.
Which I've got no problem.
I don't know about that. We didn't ask to see people's vaccination cards, but if it works for you, it works for you.
Yeah.
And also the big thing too that public health is saying is that you're vaccinated and you might gather full of vaccinated people, but are you going back home to a household that doesn't have anyone vaccinated?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you can get together and you can do your precautions or whatever as you sit at the same table and eat the same food, but what'd you do before that? Where'd you come from? Who were you with? Were they? It's just crazy, dude.
Mask up. You never know what's in the air. So
that's for sure.
Yeah.
9:25. Tomas, anything in closing?
We have a new Pacific Matters episode tonight. It was quite interesting putting this one together because it does trace the origins of how this impeachment investigation process began. And I didn't realize that we reported on we now have a special committee on impeachment.
CNMI governor, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
he's
the
talking
CNMI
about.
governor is likely to be impeached mid-January through this process. And early on in July, actually, was one of our first reporting where legislators were submitting. We don't have FOIA in the CNMI. It's called the OGA, the Open Government Act. They were submitting these OGAs in July for all of the things that have now come into light in this investigation. And the committee was called Committee on Fiscal Review of Government Expenditures. And B.J. Attal, who was the House Speaker then, started this committee, and then eventually I think that's why he lost the speakership and became vice speaker, and now he's the chair of the impeachment committee now. And so it very much is full circle in that way politically. And so tonight we're bringing you 9 stories that span a year that kind of trace how we got to this impeachment of process for CNMI Governor Ralph Torres. Of course, similar to the U.S., if the impeachment were to happen, at least 14 members of the 20 House membership would need to vote to impeach. They have those numbers. And in the Senate, at least 6 of 9 senators would need to vote to convict if it gets there. And interestingly enough, his lieutenant governor, running mate, is one of those senators sitting in the Senate at the moment. So,
wow.
I mean, we've tried to get the current administration on the show.
Yeah.
And, in just a few weeks, I think next week, Tina Sablan will be announcing her lieutenant governor. They're waiting until the new year to do that.
Who's it going to be?
We don't know.
What's the short list?
Man, I don't know. Basically, everyone in the Democratic Party probably.
Yeah,
but, we're hearing, I don't even want to say the names we're hearing. I mean, we don't know.
Are you hearing Ed Probst?
I mean, yeah, based on, Ed Probst, even how the House Speaker himself, I've heard, Edmund Villagomez, Sandra Edith, Dion Guerrero, but all of this is just purely speculation at this point.
I mean,
but we had Arnold Palacios and Mayor Apatang, and so we're going to have all the guests.
Right.
On the show.
Looking forward to it. Looking also forward to this Guam election. There's a election next year, guys.
Don't let it sneak past by you.
Yeah, please go out and register to vote. And it's very weird to me that we don't know who's running yet. Usually, especially on the Republican side, you would have heard something.
It's pretty late in the game, right?
It's very
That's
late
what
in the game.
I was talking. I was like, you're announcing your LT now? I don't know.
Yeah, and so, basically what it is the Republicans don't want to have to compete with Leon Guerrero Tenorio and the massive, not even campaign chest, the massive ARP chest that they have because, they've got all this money, and it's not just ARP. There's so much federal money coming down on Guam that they've already done hiring. We're seeing these above-step recruitments. We're seeing them start to move unclassified people into more secure classified positions. So they're doing everything they need to do, and they're preparing as if they're going to face the biggest, baddest opponent. But the thing is, we haven't really heard anything other than Congressman San Nicolas, which kind of was hot for a minute, and now no one's really talking about it.
Yeah, what's the latest on that? Did he say he's still kind of teasing the idea?
He's just being coy about it. And I think he milked the media for what it's worth, and now just back to not hearing anything. So I don't know. We'll see. Well, I think it's going to be a good one. But there's only so many people in the Republican Party who can really take a good fight to Lou and Josh. Right, and so one of the names we always had heard from a while back was Senator Frank Blas Jr., right? But is he like...
He does have the pedigree.
He does. His father, of course, the late Lieutenant Governor.
Former Lieutenant Governor.
Frank Blas.
And his Nino is former Governor Joe Atta.
Oh, his Nino's Joe Atta.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Monica.
And wouldn't that be interesting if Frank Blas Jr. and Tony Atta ran in some combination?
Yeah.
Both of...
Atta, Blas, Atta, I don't know.
So is it like come Monday, January hits, and all of these announcements will start pouring in? Is that it's going to be a parade
I don't know,
of that?
because you have the filing deadlines to consider, and then you also have to consider that, Lou and Josh, they've been doing the village meetings, way back during the pandemic, and so they're prepped. Their village organizations are ready. They're going to be able to use the ARP to kind of like kiss up to the mayors. And you always want to secure the mayors because, you know, the elections are won at the village level. So, yeah, it's going to be juicy. It's going to be hot. But we just don't know who's going toe-to-toe next year.
I had something to say.
Oh, yeah?
You know,
Yes,
you know what I thought was going to be juicy and hot this past weekend? And there's 1,000 different ways we could go with this one.
Yeah.
Was the Matrix movie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Did you watch it? Did you try to watch it?
I did. I tried to watch it. I didn't watch it.
I have it. I have not watched it.
Okay, no spoilers or anything like that, but I did not find it to be good.
I mean, I couldn't spoil it because I didn't finish it. So.
Yeah, I had the reaction watching The Matrix that you had watching Spencer when I forced you to spend $12.
That's true. Well, you know what? I didn't force you to pay for this one. So.
Yeah, but I was, and I'm a big Matrix
you
guy.
owe me $12, I think. Yeah.
So you guys both made it through like what, 15 minutes or something, or
I made it through 40 minutes.
wow.
Yeah.
No, you even made it farther than I did.
Yeah.
Jay made it 15. To me, in my mind, I was thinking like this is going to be the Matrix with product placements.
Hopefully, the new Harry Potter film isn't a disappointment.
It was
That's
just
what I'm looking for.
It was just too much fan service. It's like, all right, for everybody who remembers, like in '98, it's like, all right, dodge the bullet and everything like that. It's like, okay, but it kind of lacked originality, I thought, and the CGI was kind of underwhelming, and the story, I thought, early on really didn't go anywhere.
Well, at risk of having the Matrix mob come after us, I thought it was well done.
Yeah, also, Lawrence Fishburne did not return as Morpheus, so they had a different guy play him.
That's true.
Did they have a different guy playing him? Like you're just supposed to pretend it's Lawrence Fishburne?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I hate it when they do that. Okay, 9:32, quick break, and we're coming back with Jason Solis and Polly Microsostomo, and also Father Ron Pangan here about a great feast that they had yesterday and another one that is going on this week right here on the link. Tomas?
Nice to be with you guys.
You good?
Yeah,
Is
all
there anything
good.
else?
All good.
Right on. You want to try any of this deer jerky?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do.
But
Not on camera, but I'll try it off
darn.
camera.
You want
These
the
guys just want me to have as many mess ups.
Yeah.
I'm going to start tearing again.
Trying to get you.
You want the spicy one or what?
He wants the
Yeah, I'll
spicy
try
one.
the spicy one.
Okay.
Off camera.
Right on. Thank you, Tomas.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Tomas Manglotnia. You could be looking at a new part-time co-host of the link here. Check your email.
All right.
Thanks, man. 9:33, quick break, and we're back with more of the link next. Good morning, Monday.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore, only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
On Breeze 93.9 FM.
And to our visitors who are coming to our beautiful Latistone Islands, welcome and a big half a day to you. So I'd like to teach you how to say half a day the island way. Just reach out and touch someone. Half a day. In the pretty islands of Marianas, you see and hear the children sing as the local people wave and say a simple greeting word called half a day. With a happy smile on the face, you can bet you're in a friendly place, really meaning what they say. Each time they simply say half a day. Half a day, total Malik, how are you?
Half a day, everybody. Happy holidays to you and yours. The holiday season.
Jay said it wrong. I'm sorry. You're supposed to say half a day. The song. That's all.
There we go. Half a day.
There you go, buddy.
And I was on tempo with that too.
You were.
Good timing by you. Well, the holiday season continues right here, and the love continues. And there was a mass held yesterday for our brothers and sisters in the Philippines. We have Father Ron and Father Mike, of course, of St. Anthony Parish here, celebrating the spirit of Catholicism, you know, like throughout the Pacific here. So, gentlemen, good morning, and Merry Christmas to the both of you.
Good morning. Merry Christmas. Good morning. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, and Father Ron, Father Mike, may I just ask, like, let's start with Christmas and everything like that. And how was the Saturday service?
Well, the Christmas celebration, both Friday evening, Christmas Eve, and New Year's Day, was a warm, spectacular showing of our people. I think we had talked about this earlier in the week, how we were expecting so many. The church was filled with many of our faithful, and of course with their mask on, and the attempt to social distance was there, but it was just overwhelming. There were just so many at all the services that we've had. And I had a discussion with many of our pastors around the island. The same experience, the same turnout. Many of our people came out in groups and in droves of, wanting to be there for the Mass and to be able to pray and give thanks to God during this season. So it's a wonderful spirit that's there, and I hope we can continue that momentum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Father Ron, what were your takeaways maybe about the spirit of Christmas and the Mass and how the community gathered and celebrated?
I think we have seen families coming back to the church, which is but a wonderful experience together, and to thank God for the many blessings despite it. There's so many challenges that our island community is facing, most especially the pandemic. And for the past Simbang Gabi or the Misan Gaju that we had the 9 days of early 4:30 a.m. morning. So the church here at St. Anthony was just packed. And Polly, Mike, myself, completed it, as a devotion to our Lord, and in being able to at least give thanks to Him for being able to bring us the blessing and also the grace, and most especially for the families. And this has been a long tradition in the Philippines, where you wake up in the morning. We were hoping that that we could provide like the usual after mass little like refreshments, but unfortunately due to COVID that didn't happen, and that was the tradition also here in the church, where after the early masses, then families can just enjoy little refreshments, also like goodies that also came from the Philippines that they had when they were younger, and when they're at the Philippines. So yesterday we also had the celebration of the first coronation of Virgen de los Remedios, and also laying of the reed for the Santo Cristo del Perdón. And this images, in a way, was a devotion in the province of Pampanga. So, and our dear friend Jeffrey Popatco helped us set up with Polymike in terms of being able to provide as an opportunity for all the Pampangans here in the island to also give praise to our Blessed Mother. I myself have asked for her intercession for my vocation to the priesthood, and she's one of the many images of the Blessed Mother that has a canonical decree from the Vatican that allows the Pampangans to celebrate and really have a crowning. So in Pampanga, it's celebrated September. Yesterday was a beautiful day for us with Polymike and some priests, most especially Father Juni and Father William, who are Pampangans, who have roots in Pampanga, and myself, to be able to celebrate it with the people here in our island on the feast of the Holy Family, Mary, Joseph, and Jesus. So we had a lot of people coming from different villages as well to have joined us and to witness that celebration. That was beautiful.
Polly. Yeah, so I think even though unfortunately we might not have been able to do, like the typical Catholic merienda afterwards, maybe have some fruit punch and maybe corn soup and maybe a couple donuts and everything like that. I mean, if you can still provide a blessing and everything like that, that's a gift that truly lasts.
That's true. That's true. I agree with you, Jason. And it's just a spirit of the family gathering together and being able to celebrate. This is how our Lord, our Messiah, is born with us, and to be able to at least share that with the families who, in a way, have experienced a lot of challenges. I myself haven't been to the Philippines, and this is one way of being able to at least participate in spirit in terms of the celebrations that we have all throughout the world or the country.
And absolutely, to be able to celebrate the devotion to the patroness of Pampanga. So thank you for sharing, Father. And gentlemen, it's certainly you guys have a lot on your schedule coming up this week too, because on Thursday, on the 30th, please tell me all about the Guam Clergy Musical Christmas.
It's been a overwhelming week as well, and continues to be. But we are very happy to extend to our people this opportunity. We had a clergy musical Christmas prayer service, and about a week before the Christmas week, and it was very successful. Many of them wanted this to be shown in other places. So when we heard about the typhoon victims, many of our brother priests who have families there in the Philippines were affected by it. So it just flowed that we would put on another prayer service and a concert at that to benefit the victims of the typhoon. It was a super typhoon. It was category 5, I believe, and many parts of the Philippines were affected by this. So all the money raised that night, or this coming Thursday, will be going towards the benefit of the victims there, and it'll be directly given to the bishops in those areas, along with the pastors. So the money will go directly to them, and rather than to another organization that would take time for it to get there. So we the priests have decided that it's best that we go directly to where, especially the most affected areas, the most devastated areas, that they deem necessary. So we hope that we will raise enough money, or at least to contribute in some form, to help the recovery efforts.
Now, unfortunately, with the world being in this situation that we are now, we always have to talk about format and whether it's going to be a virtual Christmas festival or like a celebration of music. Right? Is this an in-person event, Father, or is this like a Zoom concert? Or?
This is an in person. It's actually, because it is a prayer service, we are permitted to do so, and that's why it's a musical prayer service, so that we abide and comply with the protocol that the Archdiocese has set forth. So we hope that everyone will understand that, but we're going to try to put in as many people we can in the church, and so we just hope that people will just bring their checkbooks or their credit cards or their cash, and so that we can help donate to the victims of the typhoon.
I believe you can accept tithes and devotional payments on PayPal too, I believe, right?
That's correct. We are set up with that here at St. Anthony, and so you can easily go onto our Facebook page or our website and then be able to do so with PayPal.
Excellent. So in that case, with PayPal being like a worldwide service, we want to encourage people with ties to Guam and or the Philippines globally and everything like that. If you feel the calling, as our brothers in the cloth do and everything, to help our brothers and sisters in the Philippines and everything, please make your donations there. And what would be the Facebook page, Father?
Father Ron is more IT than I am.
Yes, so they can visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/ST Anthony Guam. So that's one word, ST Anthony Guam. And you can also go to our website at www.stanthonyguam.org.
Excellent. Yeah, and thank you for setting that up, because I know when the pandemic first started, I had like a few friends that work in IT for churches, Catholic and otherwise, and they were like, hey, if we set this up, do you think this will work? And I was like, oh, absolutely. And and people even like it because they were like, I can tithe exactly 10%, as the Bible says, and they can make their devotionals that way.
Right.
So can we talk about the program now, Father, and like what can, if those of us who show up, what can we expect to see, and what will the impact upon us be?
Sure, and I think Father Ron can chime in. There are going to be a two sequels. There are about 14 songs that will be sung throughout that night. It'll be a prayer service, so there'll be different parts of the songs. There'll be different prayers that will be prayed and offered, and then there'll be a break, and then the second intermission, you'll be kind of surprised how our priest can sing, and I don't want to break the surprise, but there is a surprise there, and I hope that many of them will enjoy it and continue to, be in the spirit of Christmas. But our guys are ready. They've been very happy to do this. If you know your pastors, if you know your priests, come out and then support them and support our victims of the typhoon. But more importantly, let's offer a prayer to God that many of our people will help in the recovery effort as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Father Ron?
Yes, and it will be a night of, just like what Polly Mike said, it will be a night of prayer and reflection and music that is close to our hearts, and people can join in singing. And this is something that, the clergy, together with Polly Mike and myself and the other priests and deacons and friends who are joining us for the concert, will serenade the people and those who will be joining as well for the in-person concert with Christmas music, and which in a way can help us enjoy this beautiful gift that God has given us, where His Son is born among us. And just like the celebration that we in a way had for yesterday, where Polly Mike had put on the crown for the Blessed Mother, where we give praise to her as the Mother of our God. Then in a way, this concert is something that will unite our hearts in prayers, and hopefully we can raise funds that we can donate through the Catholic Bishops Conference in the Philippines, or any other organization that Polly Mike will be able to at least help, in a way, bring in our help coming from our island community to the Philippines, where most of us here also have roots back there. So
absolutely, and I happen to know there are several priests on Guam who probably could have made very lucrative careers as maybe touring musicians and everything like that. But then when you guys got the calling and God said, "I'd like you to use your musical talents for me," so it's a wonderful calling.
There you go.
I didn't get that calling.
What was that, Father?
I didn't get that calling.
Oh, you have a lovely singing voice.
It's amazing. Our guys, as you know, many of them come from different cultures. And so to blend all of that, I think you'll enjoy the evening, and it'll be a prayerful, reflective evening as well. So I hope everyone can come.
And of course, I mean, the entertainment is going to be very, very good. As you said, it's your favorite pastors and everything like that. But more importantly, it goes to help people from the Philippines with whom we have such a strong connection here on Guam, and it's going to help them in their time of greatest need.
Amen. Polly's, I just wanted to ask for a friend here. When is Christmas officially over?
We were debating earlier of exactly when
because
the end of Three Kings.
Mayor Alec brought up the liturgical calendar, and he said, Three Kings is on January 2nd, and so the Christmas season would technically be over then. But then we're used to going like January 6th normally, right? So can you just...
So there's a tradition, of course, that says that Christmas ends on Three Kings, which is the January 6th date that's always given. The church officially says in the current Vatican II calendar, it is on the Feast of the Epiphany. Actually, the Baptism of the Lord actually ends it, which is, I think, the Sunday after January 2nd is the Baptism of the Lord. So that officially ends Christmas. On the old calendar, let's say what they call the Tridentine calendar, it is actually in February with the presentation of the Lord. That's when it officially ends. That's in February. So depends on what calendar you follow. If you're in the traditional calendar, traditional rite, that's what that is. If it's the ordinary rite that we follow, then it's on the Feast of the Baptism of the Lord after the Epiphany.
So let's say someone forgot to get someone special in their life a Christmas present. Technically, they still are within the range, right?
Yeah, you know what? It's the season. It's just an official season. But you know what? Christmas is every day. I think Christmas is every day. It's giving thanks to the Christ that came to us. And hey, if you want to give a gift, do it. It's from your heart. Let's not just wait for Christmas. I think it's beautiful that we surprise others about, treating them to lunch or giving them a gift to remind them about, I'm alone. I mean, we can only pay it forward, that type of thing. I think the world will be a much, much better place and it'll be more peaceful.
Amen. Christmas is every day. That's exactly the answer I was looking for, Father.
Absolutely.
And then Christmas is only the beginning of something that, that we practice every day. Because just like how we have different celebration in the church where we celebrate Christ being born in us, we continue to be able to at least bring that to our families, to our friends, to our lovers, and even to those whom we encounter in our daily life. And I think that's the message of Christmas. And aside from of course, the children and the young at hearts, aside from the traditional aguinaldo or the gift giving, so giving of oneself in terms of your time, your presence, and also being able to at least reach out to others, those who are in need. And here in our island community, I think, given the pandemic, so sometimes we had to distance ourselves from being able to, to spread the love and the message of hope and charity to our friends. So, and I think this is something that we would want to emphasize. Just like what Polly was saying, Christmas is not just a one-day thing or, a season, but it continues throughout our lives as well.
Absolutely.
Amen. Thank you, fathers.
So Thursday at 6 p.m., gentlemen, I guess we'll say from the show business angle, break a leg.
Yes.
I mean, don't really though.
Yeah, not literally.
Break a bread.
Yeah, break bread.
Break bread. For that.
Thank you, Father Mike. Thank you, Father Ron.
And God bless you both.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
9:53. Quick break, and we're back to close out the link on this last Monday of 2021 next. Good morning.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #Instaguam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Hafa This is Therese Terlahi, Speaker of the 36th Guam Legislature. I ask you on this Giving Tuesday to assist the Ali Women's Shelter and the Ali Children's Shelter with supplies such as hygiene products, diapers, and other necessities. Family violence is the top offense charged on Guam in 2020 and 2021, according to the judiciary of Guam's annual reports. Guam has the second highest number of sexual assaults per capita in the nation. And our 2020 statistics indicate that out of 73 sexual assault cases reported, 50 involve minors. Let's together ensure that women and children have a safe place to escape the abuse and begin their new lives. Your donation to the Ali Children and Women's Shelters will bring hope to these survivors and improve their quality of life. Please contact the Catholic Social Services for more information and Sidzu's Maasi.
As we head into the holiday season, one of my cherished Christmas memories is growing up on Rhoda, spending time with all of my family, aunties and uncles, cousins and friends at a beach, telling jokes, barbecuing, playing volleyball, swimming for hours on end. As we head into the Christmas season, wishing you and your family the merriest of times.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
I had to play a Christmas song because Father Mike said Christmas is never over. At
Okay.
10 a.m. We're at KUAM FM, Agani Guam, The Breeze, The Link. Good morning.
Question though. So if So if Three Kings goes until more or less like January 6th, like at the longest, right? When traditionally has your family or in the village do people take down the Belen?
Yeah, usually Three Kings.
At the end of Three Kings,
Yeah,
okay.
bro, but I've had like last year. Remember, it was COVID was last year too, right? 2020. I left the tree up until like March. It could have even been April. I don't know. It was long though.
I was driving around yesterday, and I think
And I was like, no, I'm just gonna leave it up.
I think up at the Jigo fire station, I think they took down the Christmas lights. I mean, it was in the daytime,
Yeah.
so I don't think I saw. But I mean, they had a beautiful display right in front of the fire station. It
Right.
said "Welcome to Jigo," and
Also, guys, you know, if you caught the opening of the show this morning, thank you. But we were kind of talking about how a lot of people are just done with this pandemic / coming to the realization that, you know, we know how to handle ourselves now, and there's a way forward, way to live life under, you know, everything that's going on. And I had made the comment that, you know, people probably don't even want to get tested because they're just like, I'm done. But actually, this morning, the line over at the T's and Testing, good morning to everyone waiting in line. Sorry. It's
good
crazy.
morning, everyone who went there. Said,
Yeah.
Chris said the line's short.
It's crazy long. So our Daniel Perez is heading over there to do a story on it.
Okay.
So I guess after that Christmas, people maybe are like, maybe we should go get tested.
Crazy long and okay, because of course it's at the old Tees and Carnival grounds, right? Which is
Yeah.
past the baseball fields, right around the corner from like the football fields.
Yeah.
What is crazy long in terms of like distance?
Well,
maybe?
I've seen that thing
Half
go-
a mile?
I'm not. Well, I don't know how long it is now because Daniel's going to be over there. We could actually call him if you want. But I've seen it stretch from the testing all the way past the fields, all the way around the corner, all the way. It's been
Close to the
crazy.
entrance to
Right,
Tees and-
during the surge, people
Yeah.
were going to get tested, and it's kind of nuts to me that we haven't really
That's probably a quarter mile.
adapted the testing to be more convenient after, I mean, it's 2 years, right? But, you know, with that thing President Biden announced with the Omicron, and he's going to make like, what, $500,000 worth of home test kits available?
Mhm.
Are we getting any of those, that type of deal?
I saw somebody sent me a picture on WhatsApp last week, and they said it was at one of the local pharmacies, and it said home test kits.
Yeah, you can
now.
buy them here. They got
Yeah.
them. Yeah. And then
That's the Binax?
I don't know which one
The
it is,
Binax now?
Jay, but I do know that if you get a positive, you're supposed to also get a confirmatory.
Mm.
So that tells you a little something about the quality of the test. So yeah, people are lining up to get tested over there. Let me just message Daniel. In the meantime, Jason Solis would love to tell you guys about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
I would, and once again, you can go to doa.guam.gov, and right on the front page, I mean, you don't have to look very, very far to find all the information about the Emergency Rental Assistance Initiative. If you have trouble paying your current month's rent, if you have trouble paying your bills going back all the way to last May, if you have trouble paying your power bill, your water bill, your internet bill even. Internet is considered a utility in many people's eyes, and certainly the ERA program can help you with that. Or if you have moving expenses, please check them out. If you'd like to email them about more information, the email address is era@doa.guam.gov. era@doa.guam.gov. Or if you just want to give them a ring, talk to a friendly voice on the other side. If you have any questions whatsoever, that number, of course, is 671-638-4518 or 4519 for the Emergency Assistance Program. It takes 5 days for you to know your status. And again, if you may have applied multiple times in the past and been denied for whatever reason, please try again, because there is a more than decent chance that you do qualify now.
Right. And then also, from what I heard from DOA, is they're still working on the mortgage assistance program for homeowners, right? Because this just covers renters.
Yeah.
And there are definitely some homeowners I know who, I mean, it's hard, right, to keep that house during this pandemic, especially if they were out of work. So they're working on that. And when we get the word on that, we'll, of course, put it out to you guys here on the link. In the meantime, Burger King, guys, you know, Christmas is still going, according to Father Mike, so you can go get us some Burger King gift certificates. They come in books of 20. And you can also check out the Italian Original Chicken Sandwich and Whopper Wednesdays, where you roll up to Burger King, you order a Whopper, say, I love the Whopper.
I wonder if Mr. Fraccassini likes the Italians. I'm pretty sure he does.
Right, yeah, it's a great one. It's Cover Me this morning. Who's this, Jay?
This is Performance Art. I forget the name of the group, but this is one of those music videos that's just going to blow your mind.
Wow. Great. Ready. Mind ready.
I think my favorite part of 51st Days is when Henry Roth tried. I think my favorite part of 51st Days is when Henry Roth tries every day to make Lucy fall in love with him again. That's just cute as fuck. Like, what? That's fucking adorable. Island love, give me that island love. Island love, give me that island love.
Taking my breath away. Didn't think I would say I found somebody like you. I know what you do. You cool with the blue. Cover me up and bring me right back. And I know you got the game, but don't be playing with me. And I'll show you all the love that got you staying with me. Ain't no sweetie, but you definitely my type. Baby, sweeter than that island love, my type. The love we got don't ever stop. Keeping the view, we all we got. But this love is deeper than the sea.
Show's brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box for Joe Sir and Sabrina Salas Mantanani. My name's Chris.
I'm Jason. Time to make the donuts, everybody. Got to go to work.
There you go. Esta Joe.
See you tomorrow.
The world of television is